Okay, it's 9:30, so this place is for everyone. Joint Development Plan Document Examination Hearing Session is now open. I'm William Fieldhouse, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and Stephen Lee. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. A reminder, please, for everyone to switch mobile phones and laptops onto silent. Water is provided in the room and will be refilled during adjournment, so please don't bring hot food and drinks into the room. No fire alarm tests planned for today, so if the alarm does sound, we need to evacuate the building in an orderly fashion following the green emergency exit signs. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. So this session, like all of the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matter set out on the agenda that was published a week or so ago. And today we're dealing with the final three allocations in Rochdale, JPA 21 Crimble Mill, JPA 24 Roach Valley and JPA 25 Trowes Farm. At the end of last week, as has been the case in the other sessions relating to allocations, the GMCA proposed a number of suggested modifications to the three policies that I've just referred to. I think the documents that were published on Friday were GMCA 50, 51 and 52, is that correct? So when we go through the requirements and the detailed wording of the policy, we'll be looking at both the submitted version of the plan and those suggested changes put forward by GMCA. So hopefully everyone's had a chance to catch up with those. As is the case with all of the sessions that we've had, I'll start each agenda item by inviting the GMCA to give a brief overview of the allocation, and then I'll have some questions relating to each of the issues on the agenda for the GMCA to respond to first, and then I'll open it up for contributions from others on that particular issue. We'll go through the issues in turn. So if you've got issues that are to do with detailed requirements to do with, say, transport, please hold on to those until we get to the relevant part of the policy. If you do wish to speak at any particular time, please put your nameplate up on end and I will bring you in at an appropriate time. When I do ask you to speak, if you could turn your microphone on by pressing the button, the red light will come on, and speak into the microphone or have it make sure it's close enough so it picks your voice up, and remember to turn it off afterwards, please. Okay, so in terms of the format for the day, we do have all day if we need to. We've got 3 sites to go through. So those who are interested only in JPA 25, apologies, but you'll just have to hold on a little bit until we've been through the other 2. We'll take as long as we need on each site, obviously within reason. We'll probably have an adjournment this morning around 11 o'clock, although it may depend on how we're doing in relation to the first allocation. So before we move on then to the first item and the first allocation, I'll go around the room and let people introduce themselves. If you could just say briefly who you are and who you represent if relevant. So if I could start with the GMCA team, please.
Good morning. Chris Katkowski, KC, GMCA.
Good morning, Wayne Poole, Rochdale Council.
Good morning, Callum Mounterfield, Rochdale Council.
Good morning, Chris Woods, Rochdale Council.
Jackie Copley, CPRE.
Good morning, Anne Ripley, representing Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt Group.
Morning, Gordon Tilstone, representing SGMGB Rochdale Groups.
Karen Towers, Crimble resident.
Lindsay Rawlinson, Crimble resident.
Good morning, Nigel Morrell, Northern Area Forum.
Morning, Simon Pemberton, Senior Director at Lichfields, representing Prescott Business Park, who are the owners of Crimble Mill, and Redwater Crimble Limited, who are the developers of Crimble Mill.
Morning, Andy Williams from Advanced Planning, representing Mutual Mills Limited.
Good morning, Amy James from WSP, representing GLP Trolls and Barrett David Wilson on Trolls Farm. Thank you.
Good morning, Olivia Carr, Associate Director at Turley, representing Taylor Wimpey.
Morning, Bridget Edwards, Taylor Wimpey.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. So unless there are any procedural or general queries before we start from anyone, we'll kick off with the first allocation, and that is JPA 21, Crimble Mill. So I'll hand over to the GMCA if they want to say a few introductory words before we look at the first items on the agenda, which are to do with the green belt. So.
Thank you, sir. So Crimble Mill allocated in the plan for around 250 new homes. There's of interest, there's a planning application that's been submitted May last year, which awaits determination. It includes much but not all of the allocated site. In effect, it's the Redwater part of the site, as I understand it, and that's in for just over 214 homes. The site meets site selection criteria 5 and 7 in our book. Number 7 in particular because of the presence of the grade 2-star listed mill and the ability as part of the allocation for that mill to be restored. It's on the at-risk register, category A. The homes that are allocated are seen by the plan-making authorities as homes which would meet a strong market demand for housing in the area. There are other benefits as well that would come with the overall allocation. The proposals would involve the removal of land from the greenbelt. This is one of those sites where our assessment has shown a high degree of harm to the greenbelt purposes as a result of the allocation. Other impacts, which as far as we're concerned can be satisfactorily mitigated, drawing all the points together. It is our position in a few words that there is a strong public interest in the allocation, that exceptional circumstances are clearly made out to remove land from the greenbelt, much of the allocation from the greenbelt, and to allocate it as proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. So looking at the first item on the agenda, which is about the impact on the greenbelt purposes that this development would cause, you've acknowledged that the assessment that was done for all of the greenbelt releases found high harm. I think that was mainly due to merging of towns, sprawl, and countryside encroachment. I think it was those three purposes that the development would have an impact on. In terms of the merging, just to be clear about the geography, then is it the merging of the towns of Haywood and Rochdale?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay, well, I think what we'll do, rather than open it up just particularly on the greenbelt harm, we may as well deal with the greenbelt boundary issue at the same time, but we'll leave the compensatory improvements to the remaining greenbelt until we look at the development requirements, I think, because that's a slightly separate issue. So if we're looking at the impact the development would have on the greenbelt and the boundaries that there are around the site as it would be proposed, essentially the greenbelt would be defined, I think, by the river and Crimble Lane. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and then there is an area in the western boundary which is Miller's Brook.
Right,
well,
okay.
Yes.
That's the very sort of southwest part of the new greenbelt.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, but from your point of view, they are readily recognisable physical features that are likely to be permanent, those watercourses and Crimble Lane.
Yes, sir.
And the mill complex itself is on the northern side of the river, whereas the main part of the development site is on the south side of the river. And the mill complex, well, I mean, it's in the greenbelt and it's not proposed to be removed from the greenbelt.
That's right, sir.
Yeah, okay. And the thinking behind that is that is what?
I think it's just considered so that the River Oak represents a more logical permanent boundary, that part of the site. Obviously, the site has previously developed the mill complex and has previously been identified as a major developed site in the Greenbelt in our previous local plan. So I think it's just considered that it's more appropriate to use the river as the boundary for the site.
So, and the intention, and we'll come on to the detailed wording of the policy and how it will ensure that what you're aiming to achieve is achieved, but basically the fact that this land is retained in the Greenbelt wouldn't compromise or wouldn't prevent the conversion of the listed building to housing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But
and also on that note, so obviously we'll come to the detail of the policy, but
yeah.
nor could it, because the policy specifically provides for new homes within the converted Grade 2 star listed mills.
Yeah, so
So
it's an
the policy
explicit
itself is actually explicitly making provision for that. Yeah.
But what the policy in effect is doing, although it doesn't say it explicitly, is even though it's in the red line of the allocation, you wouldn't be envisaging any new homes being built on that. Presumably some of the buildings that aren't listed would be cleared as part of the conversion of the building. Is that right or not?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the detail, it may be better that the person involved in the plan application probably might have a bit more detail in relation to that. But as I understand it, there would be some clearance, obviously, of buildings that aren't suitable, but then there would be some, in relation to the application that's currently in, there would be some new residential development, but within the confines of the existing built area on the site.
Right, so that would be under the NPPF test of...
149G, either the first, probably the second indent, I should think, but yeah. So partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land, whether redundant or in continuing use, which would, and then there are two alternative tests.
Okay, so what would... So I suppose, look, just being understand, so this red line around the mill complex, you want all of that land to be addressed and sorted out by the development, rather than, you know, bits of dereliction left or whatever?
Yes, so that would be the...
Yeah, and that would take the form of a mixture of redeveloping some of the buildings that are not worthy of retention in line with that NPPF requirement, landscaping other parts of the site, etc., recognising that it's in the green belt. Yep. Yeah, understood. Okay, that's helpful.
And restoring and converting the listed building.
Right, which is obviously
specifically
critical.
allowed for in the policy.
And that is one of the reasons why this whole site is taken out of the green belt. The opportunity that presents to allow the listed building that's at risk to be saved.
Indeed, that's one of the benefits as we see it. I mean, the new homes in their own right are,
yes,
you know, a driving force, but also aligned with that is the restoration of the mill. But I just want to put the mark down. This is not enabling development.
Right. Okay.
I'll explain that if you would like me to do
so. Yeah. Okay.
So.
Well, let's come on to that.
In due course, or
yeah,
now?
No. Well, okay. Now in brief
fine.
terms, but then we'll come on to how that is reflected in the wording of the policy.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So enabling development, just to de-jargonise, this is provided for in paragraph 208 of the framework. It's not something that can actually arise with plans, because enabling development is where you've got a planning application which conflicts with planning policies, and the justification for the application and for the request to grant planning permission is that the enabling development, that which conflicts with planning policy, should be allowed in order to do something good in relation to heritage. Classically, you have a listed building with its grounds, homes are proposed in the grounds, and the homes generate funds to restore the listed building. And one has various guidance as to ensuring that the amount of enabling development is not excessive, if you like, that it's enough to provide the funds to restore the listed building or whatever it might be, plus make a reasonable developer's return. We're not, and the test in the framework is whether the conflict with planning policies that would be brought about by the enabling development, whether that is outweighed by the benefits of the restoration of the listed building, or whatever it is that one's doing on the heritage side of the equation. So it's all about planning applications. When you're making a plan, obviously, you're taking out conflicts with planning policies, because in your plan you are actually specifying what the policy regime should be for the site in question. So straight away you're not in the field of enabling development. But in any event, in this particular case, the justification for the number of homes in the allocation, around 250, is not done on that basis of saying we need X in order to restore the listed building, plus ensure there's a reasonable developer's return, and therefore the number is whatever the number is. That isn't the justification here. The justification here is that there's a need for higher value family housing. The site is large enough to accommodate around 250 new homes. One of the benefits of that would be not only providing higher value family housing, family homes, etc., but also ensuring that the listed building is restored and converted. So I don't know whether the difference is subtle, but that's the difference between the two.
Okay, yeah, I think it is a subtle difference, but I understand the point you make.
Yeah.
But clearly part of the rationale, I mean, you say that it met two of the site selection criteria, one of which is provides the opportunity to save this listed, grade 2 star listed building.
Exactly, but if one was following, as I've made the point of principle, that enabling development doesn't apply to making plan policies, because you're taking out conflicts with planning policies by making the plan in the first place. But even if it did, this is not a situation where we're saying the 250 is a number of homes that you need in order to restore the mill, plus provided sensible developers return. And I make this point because you've seen certain representations about this issue, I'm sure. So I just wanted to put my marker down.
And we'll come on to viability towards the end. Well, it's the last item on the agenda for this site. So, okay. So it's helpful to have that set out at the start. But let's hold on, if we can, until to the sort of the mechanics of how the development and the conversion of the mill interrelate with each other. The development on the wider site. We'll move on to that. So what I'll do now, unless you've got any... so in terms of just finally on the Greenbelt boundaries, obviously they're readily recognisable and permanent features. Whether the landscaping around the new boundary is necessary, that's something, again, it's a matter of detailed site layout, which we can pick up under
It is, and this is one of those. This is one where we haven't got the clause in, isn't it? I think.
Not the Greenbelt boundary.
Yeah, we haven't. So this is one of the... I was just double-checking my memory of this. This is one of the proposed allocations where we haven't got the fairly standard, but not inevitably in every policy, clause about
needing to define a new
boundaries, etc. Because we think here the boundaries are good enough, if you like. But obviously if a different view is formed, then it's easy to put the standard clause in.
Again, it's a bit of a subtle difference, but the boundary on the ground is probably clearly defined.
Yes.
Whether in visual terms you need to do the landscaping, that's a slightly separate matter.
It is, it is,
Okay, right, so let's just focus on now, if we could, from contributions from others, about the impact on the Greenbelt that this development would propose. Obviously, there's an acknowledgement from the GMCA and the council that it would cause high harm to Greenbelt. So, you know, I noted that. That's something that is not disputed by them. So let's see what others say, want to say about the Greenbelt issue on this particular case. CPRA, thank you.
Hi, CPRA is obviously pleased to see the reuse of the mill, but it's concerned about the scale of Greenbelt release accompanying the development. And we've identified, we agree with the level of harm, and we do think there will be a risk of Haywood and Rochdale coalescing as a consequence, and it's the issue of once you allow this for development, the prospect of future development coming forward, because although we accept that the boundary is strong by the river, but we still think it still pushes the urban area out. So,
but are you saying that, yes, obviously it does push the urban area out, clearly, and if you look down on a map, obviously the gap between Haywood and Rochdale is reduced in size. But are you saying that you think it would lead to pressure for further expansion of the urban area on the north side of the river?
Potentially, yes.
Because of what? The mill complex development or elsewhere?
It's picking up on the levels of harm. I mean, it's been assessed as having a strong role in preventing urban sprawl and restricting sprawl. So there's just a concern that if this site is allowed, it's yet onion rings of development out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's a bit of a... I'll just wait and see if this conference is going to lead to a contribution. Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt. Do you want to say anything at this point about Greenbelt? So, sorry, no. Sorry. I can't see your nameplate. Could you just remind me who you are?
Daisy Rawlinson.
Okay, and make sure the microphone's close enough for you to...
I was just wondering when the right time is to talk about the access to the site. And
no, I'll come on to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just specifically about the issue about Greenbelt and whether you disagree or agree with... We don't need to say you agree, really, whether the harm to Greenbelt's...
Yeah, I agree it'd have a huge negative impact on the Greenbelt.
Okay. Mr Morell.
Thank you, sir. It's difficult to see this particular prospect in isolation because within 1.5 kilometres, there is also another large incursion in the Greenbelt planned in Bamford. And I hope that sufficient weight will be attached to the cumulative impact. Certainly, the impacts of this particular development will be felt in wards beyond Haywood, and I hope that will weigh in the mind of yourselves as you complete your deliberations, because in that 1.5 kilometres there's a potential loss of 50 hectares of prime greenbelt. Thank you.
In terms of the cumulative impact then, is it the cumulative impact, presumably it's not on the merging of Rochdale and Haywood, it's the cumulative impact, what, of encroachment into the countryside? Is that essentially it? An urban sprawl?
That's correct, sir, and that appears to be a concern which resonates with the populations of the various wards outside Haywood, and I'm hopeful that those things will be weighed in the balance in your deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's move on to, what should we call you, Redwater?
You can call me whatever you like, sir.
Well, as long as I'm consistent and you know who I'm talking to.
Yes, no, I struggle to remember the length of the name. So just picking up on a few of the points that were discussed there, in terms of encroachment in the Greenbelt, clearly this is loss of Greenbelt land, and clearly there is harm arising from that. In terms of merging settlements together, sir, this allocation does not merge Rochdale and Haywood together. There remains Greenbelt between the two, and that is a substantive amount of Greenbelt. It's not a narrow strip. So this allocation simply does not merge the two settlements together. I appreciate it reduces the gap between them. And similarly, sir, it doesn't represent unrestricted sprawl. There are clearly defined boundaries with the river, with the topography that will limit the extent of development, and there is no way that development could continue in a northerly or easterly direction, in terms of future allocation, simply because the topography of the site and the steepness of the river valley would prevent such development. Just trying to deal with a number of points that were raised and discussed. In terms of the detailed Greenbelt boundary, we acknowledge that the allocation identifies that some development will take place in the mill. The Crimble Mill site is at the minute a major developed site identified in the Greenbelt within the adopted local plan, and consequently it allows expressly for new development sorry sir, within not just the mill but the curtilage of the mill, and it reflects paragraph 149G of the framework. So we in our representations have sought to include that land within the allocation simply to reflect the fact that some development will take place on that land, and such development would currently accord with adopted plan policy and the MPPF. Now, that could be achieved either by changing the Greenbelt boundaries we suggested in our representations, or through some acknowledgement at point 1 in the policy that there would be some development in that part of the site, which goes beyond simply the conversion of the mill itself. Just a point of detail, I think, sir, in our representations we also made some comments about the precise Greenbelt boundary along Crimble Lane. That's because if you look at the online mapping service, which unfortunately allows you to drill down to a greater scale, there are some anomalies in terms of the Greenbelt boundary and the allocation boundary, and the two simply don't quite align. It's a minor point, sir, but it's a point of cartography accuracy, if you see what I mean. So all we've asked is that the Greenbelt boundary and the allocation boundary are aligned accurately on top of each other.
Okay. Sorry, sorry, have you finished all? Yeah. In terms of you said it would be, you think that the mill complex should be included in the allocation. I think it is included in the allocation, but you're saying that you think it should be removed from the Greenbelt entirely or acknowledged about the recognition of the NPPF 149G sort of issue?
Yes, I mean, our preference in terms of our representations is that it's removed from the Greenbelt. I don't believe that fundamentally that represents a significant sort of incursion into the wider Greenbelt, and nor is it not a defensible boundary because of the topography, albeit I accept that the river itself is the strongest boundary of all. So I can understand why the council adopted the approach that they have. I'm not, fundamentally opposed to the boundary as it is drawn. It just results in this anomaly in terms of the combination of the plan boundary and the wording of the text, because it doesn't acknowledge what otherwise might happen within the mill.
But you're content with the 149G applying, or are you looking for a freer sort of approach to redevelopment of that site, not being quite so tied to those criteria? Is that, because that would be the effect, wouldn't it, if you did take that bit of the site out of the Greenbelt?
Yes. From my point of view, the issue arises if there's a change to the MPPF that's unforeseen. In effect, it's easy to rely on that, but the wording of the policy should stand on its own 2 feet in my mind. So if there was some text in the policy, that would be sufficient, because it would make it clear within the bounds of the allocation what was expected on that part of the site in the way that the conversion of the mill is.
Okay, well, it's an interesting one. So you could repeat NPPF 149G in relation to that part of the site in the plan and give it the status of development plan policy. And then if that was taken out of the NPPF, okay. Okay, right, understood anyway. Thank you, that's clearly explained. Mutual Mills.
Thank you, sir. It's just a small point, really, of note. Since we're dealing with boundaries, you'll note that the southern part of the Mutual Mills land, which fronts Mutual Street, is actually not in the Greenbelt at the moment. It's within the development boundary. I just wanted to make that point in case it wasn't absolutely clear, because some of the considerations, the various evidence bases talk about the site being in the Greenbelt, and obviously some of it's not. It's about an acre, about 0.4 of a hectare, was a former reservoir, which was backfilled with hardcore many years ago. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's apparent on the map, isn't it? But yes, it's worth reminding that's the case. And sorry, I don't think I've not got before me a map actually defining the part of the site that you're interested in Mutual, that is your land. So it's that former reservoir. Then is it the woodland area immediately adjoining that?
That's right. That was that's an area that was partly operational in the past, and it's self-seeded scrubland, really. It's sort of part despoiled, and it extends to about 7.5 acres, about 3 hectares.
Okay, and that's kind of separate from the fields that are beyond that?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
We had discussions with the owners of Redwater, but we're leaving ours because at the moment it's not part of any application, simply because we're not related to the mill itself.
Okay. Right, you're not related to the mill at all. Okay, we'll come on to the mechanics of the policy and what it's intended to do when it talks about comprehensive development and the mill conversion, but thank you for that. Okay, right, anything on this in response to what you've heard in the Greenbelt issues, particularly, before we move on?
Only the point that was made by Redwater about, that you raised about potentially writing paragraph 149G into item 1. I mean, frankly, I don't see this as a soundness point myself, but if you thought differently, then plainly there'd be no difficulty in writing 149G into item 1 of the policy. I did have the anarchic thought as to what would happen if the framework is changed and the law is changed so that the framework becomes a statement of national development management policies and the role of those vis-a-vis local plans. But I think I'll worry about that in a year or so's time, perhaps.
We'll reflect on that. I mean, it's helpful to have the clarification that what's envisaged and is to be expected on the part of the site that's in the Greenbelt is first and foremost the conversion of the mill, but also some other developments, so long as it complies. It doesn't basically lead to harm to openness of the parts of the site and get it tidied up, etc. In sort of simple language.
And the simple language, obviously the openness relates to what's on the site now, so as opposed to treating it like a blank sheet of paper. Yeah.
Right, okay, that's fine. So let's move on from Greenbelt to, as I say, we'll deal with the issue about the compensatory improvements to the remaining Greenbelt. I mean, this is a site where there are opportunities to make improvements to the remaining Greenbelt within the red line allocation, so we'll come on to that, but we'll deal with that later. So let's move on then to our site location. I think we've dealt with in essence, haven't we? But let's just see if anyone's got any comments about the principle, I suppose, of this being a suitable site for housing development. Obviously, you've referred to the 2 site selection criteria that it meets. It doesn't meet the criteria about proximity to town centres or public transport, but that said, it's, as I think has been pointed out by the promoters of the site, it's, from their point of view, reasonably well related to the urban area of Haywood and the facilities in the town. So
that's right. It's just the strictness of the criteria, isn't it? So that's right. So it's 5 because of its proximity to areas of high deprivation, and 7 because of the listed building.
Okay, does anyone want to say about anything about the principle of this being a suitable location for housing, leaving aside the Greenbelt issue, but, you know, how it relates to the urban area, where it is in Greater Manchester overall, I suppose, in terms of the strategy, and how it relates to the sort of public transport and facilities in the town, in the urban areas. Anne Ripley.
I'd just like to ask, because I think this site wasn't in the 2016 plan, it came in the 2019 plan. So I'd like to know, why wasn't it suitable in 2016, but then it was suitable in 2019? Because from the site selection hearings, as I recall, anything that was discarded at the broad area of search level wasn't ever re-looked at. So I'm just curious to know what changed.
Okay, I'll see if there's any other comments. So I suppose the point there is he's saying, how does it meet the site selection criteria if it didn't in 2016, but
Yeah, it didn't originally, and then it does now.
Right, okay. Well, we'll take any other comments, then GMC can respond as they... Yeah, so moving on.
Just in terms of going back to Objective 2 of the plan itself, which I mentioned previously when talking about another allocation. One of the bullet points in there says focus new homes within 800 metres of a public transport hub. This site doesn't do that. Focus new homes on core growth areas and the town centres doesn't do that either. So just to make those points.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, moving on down.
Hi, just want to read this paragraph out, if you don't mind.
I can't see your nameplate, actually. So
Karen Terrorist.
Yes, okay, sorry. If you could spin it round so that the name's still pointing to me when it's up there, that's great. Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, there's no need to... Well, okay, just try and summarise the main point, yeah.
The introduction of 250 new homes plus development of Crimble Mill would increase in the local population. Where is the investment for the doctors' surgeries, dental practices, local A&E departments, local schools, police and fire service? All these are already oversubscribed, and existing residents are struggling to gain access to them. Increasing the demand will further impact the local infrastructure, and waiting times are already high. Directly bordering Crimble Mill Greenbelt is the primary school of All Souls. How work will impact on hundreds of children in this school, their health, and also the disruption to education. The residential roads leading to the school are already currently congested at school at the beginning of the school day and at the end of the school day. Parking is very, very difficult for residents, as parents are parking over drives, and many visitors to the schools and coaches cannot get through because of the congestion and upset for residents. If the school is to be extended, as it is in the plans, or there's land for extension, the additional traffic would be very dangerous and extreme to the surrounding areas.
Okay, thank you. We'll come on to how some of those issues, the policy attempts to address some of those issues in due course. Okay. But I think what you're saying is, irrespective of that, fundamentally, you don't think it's a suitable location for 250 more homes because of, well, the reasons you've said about the extra demand in this part of Rochdale that would...
I mean, I don't know whether anybody...
No, I can't... Sorry, you need to go a bit nearer the mic.
Oh, yeah. If you went round there at the beginning of the school day and the end of the school day, more people will go in cars because the parking's so far away from school to walk to school already. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay Rollinson, is it?
Yeah, that's right. The same concerns that Karen's raised about the wider impact to the whole of Rochdale, Bury Oldham, with the whole of the developments and the number of houses. You can times the population by at least 4 being family homes. They closed Rochdale's hospital, they downscaled that in 2011, so we only have 22 inpatient beds for the whole of Rochdale. So we tap into Fairfield and Oldham and North Manchester, so there doesn't look to be any development going in there for any expansion of inpatient beds. There's no maternity unit for the families that they're looking at housing. So where will these babies be delivered? And they're already impacting with the local residents of the closure of Rochdale Infirmary from 2011. And the population's increased significantly since then. The other consideration is the impact it has on the residents of Crimble and the location of how they're going to access this site, because I believe at the front of the mill it's a grade 3 flood risk zone. So they'll have to leave. There was talk of taking the vehicle access bridge out that goes to the mill, but then that's the right of way for local residents. The cottages there have been there since 1664, and it was actually a resident that built the mill. So we have right of way right through the valley. So are we going to keep that right of way? Because if not, that impacts significantly on us, where the fire have to come that way to be able to do any emergency. For any emergencies, because a couple of years ago they came down the lane where you proposals of access from the north. If that needs clarification, if you're still intending that. The fire engine came down to a car that went in the river a couple of years ago and got wedged on the corner because it's a single track bridle way, so you can't get further than where our cottages are. Ambulances are the same, so I'm not sure if you did away with you need to consider the access to the mill. If you did away with that, how would you deal with any emergencies?
Okay, well, again, I think that's an issue we'll come on to, because the policy does have some words about those issues. So thank you for bringing those up. And Mr. Morrell.
Thank you, sir. Just in terms of the feelings of the local population, in the information provided in support of the planning application, Lichfields have given a statement of community consultation, and it's quite clear that the level of opposition to the principle of development in this area is quite well established. For instance, on the question of do you agree that the site provides an appropriate location for new homes, then the answer to that question is disagree and strongly disagree comes to 75%. Do you agree that the site provides a sustainable location for new homes with good transport links and access to local services? Again, 75% either disagree or strongly disagree. Do you agree that the proposed layout presents a well-designed and attractive development? Strongly disagree and disagree combined is 61%. And on the question of do you agree with the proposed mix of houses provided, again, 58% either strongly disagree or disagree. So I think those are important considerations which should guide everybody's focus on this one. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Redwater.
Thank you, sir. Just dealing with the principle, really, of the location, we believe it is a sustainable and suitable location for residential development. It's within walking distance of the town centre. There are good off-road routes into the centre, and there is no reason why this is a particularly unsustainable site or is inaccessible in any particular way. And I'm sure we can come on to the detail of the sort of precise access and other things in due course. In terms of the principle, the locality assessment prepared by the council considered the suitability of the site and the access arrangements and found that to be an acceptable location. In terms of just some of the points of principle that were raised, yes, we are doing works to Crimble Lane. That's what's proposed in the allocation and in the current application. Part of that is the replacement of the existing bridge. It's not the removal of the bridge, it's just its replacement. The existing rights that exist up and down Crimble Lane will be retained, so there will not be any impact on those historic rights, apart from for a short period of time while construction takes place. So, you know, again, those are points of detail, but you know, fundamentally the site is considered to be in a sustainable location.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll come on to the detail of the, the various transport aspects of the policy and what's required in due course. So, do you want to? Did you have another point about the location? I don't want to get too much into a to and fro, but
yeah, no,
quickly.
we're waiting to discuss the location at a later time.
In terms of the access and those sort of issues, we'll come on to the details of that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, on any points that you wish to respond to there about site location and.
Thank you. So most of the points we're going to come back to or we'll deal with when we go through the criteria of the items in the policy itself. So I won't say anything now about those. We'll talk about those later. But I do just want to note in relation to points about social infrastructure, obviously, as you'll know, so we do have various thematic policies elsewhere in the plan which seek to raise contributions, financial contributions towards social infrastructure where those can be justified applying the legal tests. I think there's just one point there that we need to deal with now, which is the point about the chronology of this allocation and why it wasn't there at the outset, if you like. Why has it come in more recently? So I'll just look to my left for that. If there's any help you can give, Mr. Poole.
Yes, I mean, I think it's just an issue in relation to, obviously, the call for sites was open for a while, but this site wasn't identified, I don't think, for the original 16 plan, but obviously was considered and assessed under the same process, and then considered appropriate for inclusion in the 2019 plan.
So sorry, you said it wasn't put to you in the call for sites exercise early enough to go in the 2016 plan, but that process was still ongoing after that, and it became available, and then it was subject to the same assessment as the others. Is that right?
That's correct. So
yeah. So by the time you prepared the 2019 plan, you'd got the landowners and the promoters were saying yes, we want to bring it forward. So it became a potential realistic sort of proposition at that time.
That's correct. So.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Understood. Yeah. Anne Ripley, did you want to just?
Sorry. Could I just come back on that? The site's clearly shown on the Mapping GM 2016 plan as being included in the call for sites, but not an allocation.
Oh, I see what you mean. So you thought it was known about, but it wasn't. So
it was excluded at that
The issue
stage.
is what's changed in the site selection. Do you want to deal with that specifically?
Thank you.
I think the issue is probably around how the site was looking to bring the site forward. Obviously, we just consider, I think at that stage, probably it was looking at perhaps alternative ways it may come forward. And I think at that stage, that probably wasn't clarified for 2016. It then became clear that the people promoting the site wished to see, obviously putting forward the call for site, to see that in the 2019 version of the plan. And it was considered appropriate at that stage to include it.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. Understood. CPRE.
Yeah, it's just an observation, really, that this site never appears on the Brownfield Register, not the pilot or not the subsequent years. It's just interesting that it obviously will come on to the viability, but the fact that it was never picked up as a potential site. So I'm just flagging it in terms of, because we keep saying that there's more sites available across Greater Manchester, and it's a good example of that.
When you say the site, do you mean the mill complex or
Yeah.
other part?
Yeah.
Mill complex?
The mill, all of the site, and the mill complex, Crimble Mill.
Yeah, but not the fields. On the
Yeah,
site
not the
of
field, obviously. I wouldn't expect that to be on the Brownfield Register. But I'm just saying, we think there are more sites out there, but at no juncture leading up for the good 6 or 8 years, it didn't identify itself as a contender. It's an observation.
Yeah, I understand. It's not really to do with this allocation, but it's just reinforcing your point that you've made elsewhere, that you think that underestimated the brownfield capacity or whatever. Right. Mr. Morell, sorry, your nameplate's still up. Is there another point?
Thank you, sir. clearly there's been some change in the last 5 years over the attitude to this allocation. And I just wondered what specific statistics that Rochdale Council could point to in terms of the change of the need profile which would justify the inclusion of this site. I hope this is an appropriate juncture to raise that question. If not, please correct me, sir.
Okay, I understand the point. I think it's a broader issue about how much development is needed, how much was thought to be needed in 2016, 2019, 2021 or whatever, which we've been through all that discussion at some length, and the spatial strategy to accommodate that development. So I don't want to sort of get into a discussion about that today. The fact of the matter is this plan has been included in this plan that's been, this site has been included in this plan that's been submitted. Our role is to test whether that is sound. We've been told what the site selection criteria are that it meets. We can judge ourselves whether they do or do not meet those. I think we just have to move on from there really, rather than looking too much at the past, because circumstances have changed during the preparation of the plan. But I understand the points you're making. So, right, Mr. Harris.
Ooh. One of the Crimble residents, I was just wanting to ask Rochdale Council, apparently Rochdale Council refused planning some years ago on the same land because of the flooding and a fault line that runs through from Harefield Drive right through down to the river. I'm not quite sure how many years that was ago, but one of our residents said it was refused some years ago.
Okay. I think we're probably picking up matters of detail that we addressed,
Yeah.
but I'll get a quick response to the general point about the suitability of the site and identifying issues such as flood risk and fault lines and how they've been taken into account in deciding whether to allocate it, and if necessary to include in specific policy requirements to address such issues that have been identified. Just very briefly.
Well, on the flooding, so you put your finger on the point. There is an item in the policy which relates to flood risk. And when we come to this later on, I mean, as far as we're concerned, residential development can be accommodated on flood zone 1 land, but we'll come to this a little bit later.
Okay. And things like fault lines, I mean, they're things that have been assessed as part of the normal, site investigations and things, both by yourselves and by potential developers. So.
Yes, as I understand it. So.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay, I'm going to move on then, if we can, to the detailed wording of the policy itself. And as I said, we've got 2 versions or some amendments to the submitted version, which we'll go through. So what we'll do is we'll use the version that was published on Friday, which is the policy that's in the plan, with some red text, which is identifying things that have been either crossed out, moved, or added. So let's go through each part of the policy, starting with number 1, which basically just defines that it's 250 new homes, including higher value family housing, which we've had a discussion about in Rochdale, within an attractive riverside setting, including the provision of new homes within the converted Grade 2 listed Crimble Mill. So that's clear that the red line, the development will take place both within the undeveloped land and the mill complex. It is within the converted listed mill. So the point about what we were talking about earlier about and potentially some redevelopment of the other parts of that, it doesn't do. So I think we'll just think about that. That's
you just have to take that 149, paragraph 149 point away and think about it. As I said, we've got no difficulty with trotting out the paragraph.
No, well, or some other way of dealing with it. It's not just within the converted Grade 2 listed Crimble Mill, because you read that and you read the fact that the rest has been retained in the Greenbelt, and
you do, but then
it leads you to 149G, I suppose. But for clarity in the plan, we can.
You could I think it's clear once one knows what's on that part of the site. It's pretty obvious.
And in terms of the change to this that's been proposed, it's made clear that it would be a requirement for affordable housing.
In accordance with the relevant local plan, this is the famous 7.5% of value.
And there isn't any reason or is there any reason in terms of need in this part of Rochdale that you wouldn't provide affordable housing?
No, sir. As we previously said, need varies across the townships in Rochdale, but we take a view of delivering affordable housing across the borough as a whole.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll come on to that later, I think, because the viability assessment seems to say something about the amount of affordable homes could be provided, I think, but we'll deal with that later. Unless I may be looking at the wrong one, so we'll pick it up in terms when we look at the viability, if we can.
Certainly one of the ones today is in that category. Just bear with me. Not sure, no, we don't think it's this one, sir, but...
I think you have.
I think it's one of the ones
We'll
later
come on
on
to it
today.
anyway. We'll look at the viability later and see
Right.
what, if anything, that says about what can be provided.
Indeed.
But the starting point anyway is you would be looking for your normal requirement for affordable housing, which is in essence Rochdale's approach is to get as much affordable housing as they can, subject to the viability, and that's reflected in the requirement that you have in your existing local plan. Yeah. Okay. So I think we'll deal with part 2 as well, because I want to pick up this issue about how the conversion of the bill will actually practically be secured by this proposal. So the first part defines 250 and makes clear that that includes conversion in the listed building, subject to some redevelopment potentially as well. The second part talks about protecting and enhancing the character of and significance of the mill complex, and goes on to say in order to secure the long-term future. So that's clearly, an aspiration that it's part of the fundamental, proposal here. And then it goes on to talk about detailed master planning and then being formed by the Crimble Mill Historic Environment Assessment. So that part 2 seems essentially to be about protecting the significance of the heritage asset. Reading the two parts together, it's clear that there is an expectation that the mill will be converted to residential. There doesn't seem to be any mechanism, though, to set out how that will be achieved in terms of the development on the main part of the site south of the river. So do you want to just sort of talk through what the expectation is?
Well, I'll look to Mr. Paul to talk about the expectation, but so I think you would, in relation to the particular point you've raised, I would say that would come through the master planning and ensuring comprehensive development, which is item 4 in the policy. Whether that needs to be made a bit more specific to pick up your point, we can perhaps discuss when we get to number 4, but certainly there's a criterion or a requirement there that there needs to be a master plan, etc., for the whole site to ensure comprehensive development. So if your worry is, could one end up with, 250 homes or whatever it is on the overall site, well, a number of those are actually in the converted mill, so X number of homes on the site and nothing happening at the mill, so some form of phasing or linkage point, then I would say that would come through item 4, but whether that's good enough, we can either talk about now or when we get to number 4.
Number 4, sorry, is...
Achieve, etc.,
Yeah, okay,
master planning, etc., for the whole site to ensure comprehensive development.
Yeah, okay. Well, the first thing about that is, I suppose, elsewhere there's this the requirement for a phasing and delivery strategy. So,
well, there is if you're talking about infrastructure delivery,
right.
but then separately there might be a phasing point in the particular circumstances of this particular allocation. One might need to say something a bit more specifically to pick up your point, but certainly my approach is that...
because paragraph 11.227
exactly
seems to set out a policy approach
that
isn't in the policy.
Text, exactly.
And that's what I think really I'm getting to, is whether there is
exactly.
something in here that's actually policy, which is about, in effect, saying the expectation would be the first phase of any development.
Or it needn't necessarily be the first phase as long as it happens, to be quite frank, but you could take the first sentence of 11.227 up into the policy, I think, in item number 4, or some modified version of it. So to ensure at the end of item 4, to ensure comprehensive development, including how it would support the retention and enhancement of the mill complex.
Because linked to this is the extent to which, Mutual Mills have made the point that, their bit of land could be developed separately.
Yes.
Independently with an access off Mutual Road or Mutual Street, whatever it is. Yeah. And the extent to which, how that is factored into, part of that site isn't Greenbelt, but is the expectation that, it does talk about comprehensive development. Presumably that includes that land as well.
It would include...
It would all be caught by the same approach.
It would include that land as well, but in practical terms, if one had a clause like demonstrate how it would support the retention and enhancement of the mill complex. And most of the new homes that would come forward on the allocated site, assuming the plan is made, etc., most of them would be in relation to the land which is controlled by Redwater. The planning application is for over 214, so I think it adds up to 214, a number of which are in the converted mill, or the to-be converted mill. So I think in reality, the practical reality of this is you wouldn't expect every home on the allocated site to play its role in relation to the mill. Bear in mind what I said earlier on as well about enabling development or not enabling development. But one would definitely want to have a situation where one didn't end up with, you know, all the allocated homes on the site and nothing happening to the mill. You know, I've got that point. And I would say that item 4 in the policy is good enough to ensure that wouldn't happen. But in any event, I'm, you know, perfectly open, of course, to backing some of the words in 11.227 into the policy itself.
So the mechanism that would so that's required to demonstrate how it would support and retention.
Yeah.
So
And
in
then-
practical terms, what would that actually be in how would you...
You'd either have some form of phasing condition on a planning permission and/or a Section 106 clause covenant in relation to it, just to ensure that one didn't end up with the, for example, particularly the higher value market housing and nothing happening to the middle. I'm sure that's, you know, not for one moment what's intended, obviously, but one would ensure that you would guard against that either by conditioning the permission and/or by Section 106 covenant.
And that would prevent a certain number of homes being built.
For example, you
For
could do it
example,
that way.
that would be the sort of mechanism.
Yeah, you can't get beyond X until you've
Done.
restored the mill.
Okay. And that doesn't need to be set out in the policy itself, but if you need a mechanism to do that, that could be a policy requirement.
If you need to flag up the point more specifically, then yes, you should write. If you've any concerns about this, and just say to us in one of your notes, yes, you should write something into item 4 of the policy.
Okay.
But you don't need to spit it out in the policy itself, conditions and/or 106,
No.
because that's just the planning regime. You know, one doesn't have to keep reminding readers that there's a planning world outside the plan.
Well, I think, in essence, what we've dealt with there are parts 1, 2 and 4, which are all to do with the amount of development and how it's envisaged that it takes place, including the different parts of the site. So let's open up discussion on that, leaving aside these other technical issues about flooding and transport and things, but this issue about it's 250 homes. It isn't just the greenfield part of the site and the Mutual Mills land. It is actually the mill complex, and it is a comprehensive thing that will secure the conversion of the mill and the extent to which the policy will do that. So anything that, yes, Anne Ripley.
Just a couple of questions. First, on the affordable housing, how many will there be, and will they be on site? Or will they just be somewhere in the Rochdale borough? And then secondly, I was trying to follow the conversation a minute ago. And am I right in thinking that the mill area and the Greenbelt area are not dependent on each other, or they are?
I think the point is that one of the purposes of this policy is to ensure that the mill is saved and it gets converted and repaired, and that the council does not want the whole of the allocated site that's been taken out of the Greenbelt to be built and the mill just to be left. So my questioning was, well, how is this policy going to ensure that that takes place? And they're saying there would be some sort of, in granting planning permission for any development that comes forward on the main part of the site, it would have to have within it some sort of legal mechanism to say you can only build so much before the mill itself is actually being repaired and converted. So that's what they're saying. So we're tasked with just thinking about, well, does the policy actually clearly say that?
Thank you. Yeah, because I think it's something that many residents are very concerned about.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
And in terms of the affordable housing, I'll let them reply in due course, but I think the answer is that yes, they would be on site, and how many is something that would be worked out at the application stage, but it's roughly 15%, which in this case would then be 37 and a half, we'll round it up, 38. So that sort of scale of affordable housing.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrell.
Thank you, sir. You seem to have hit on the nub of this situation, which from the point of view of the feedback from the local population is that there may be, and I stress may be, a justification for the retention and restoration of the mill and the provision of housing within the mill yard. But few people can support the building of so many houses on a virgin greenbelt site. So I'm grateful for your clarity on this situation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Redwater.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Tom. I don't think there's anyone that disputes that the mill needs to be saved and that there's an envisaged set of triggers as part of a future planning application or the current planning application. I think from our point of view, it was secured by the interplay of Criterion 2 and Criterion 4. Criterion 2 expressly references master planning. It expressly references the Crimble Mill Historic Environment Assessment that was prepared by Salford University. And in that document, it's explicit about saving the mill and the steps that would need to do and the importance of those buildings. So we all felt that those steps were secured. Obviously, the precise phasing and the precise detail of exactly what happens in what order is a matter for a planning application because of the complexity of the infrastructure and the other improvements that are necessary to deal with things like flood risk and so on. But effectively, it's not appropriate for a policy to deal with that level of detail. But if, sir, you felt that there was a need for some form of words, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful confirmation. The intention seems to be clear and understood. Just it's one of these cases of just thinking about whether the policy itself is clear enough on those terms. Mutual Mills, do you want to say anything at this stage just about the relationship between comprehensive? You have said that you think your land can be developed independently, but that's not. You're saying that's not in conflict with a comprehensive approach to
that's right, sir. I mean, we appreciate the view that the site needs to be developed on a comprehensive and well-planned basis. But what we're saying is that the land to the west could be developed independently on that basis in accordance with a wider master plan. There's no issue with that.
So when you say it can be done independently, the sequence of events would be there'd be a master plan for the whole site, including your land, but that didn't need to hold back access being provided from Mutual Street and your bit of development taking place, when you wanted it to take place. That's the basic point.
That's right, sir.
Yeah, you're not saying independently in the sense of, well, we can just draw a line around our bit and it doesn't have to be planned as part of the master plan. Yeah, okay. Right, anything further on those points?
No, so they've all been picked up, thank you.
Right, let's go back then to part 3 was reflecting the historic environment assessment. This is about archaeology and retaining things in situ if necessary. Okay, I mean, is that likely to be something that needs to be retained based on the evidence? I mean, obviously there's another step, there's further work needs to be done, but it's written in because presumably there's some sort of reasonable prospect that there might be remains that need to be retained.
Yes, I mean, it's a recommendation that came out of the evidence base in the historic environment assessment, recommendation that was considered as part of any proposal for this site.
But there wasn't anything in that to suggest that was a constraint on the amount of development that's being proposed?
No, sir.
No. And you wouldn't expect this further survey work to throw up something that's fundamentally sort of going to prevent the 250 being achieved?
We wouldn't anticipate that, no. Like I say, it's just it is a criteria that does appear in those allocations where the environment assessment is identified.
Okay. Anything anybody wants to say about archaeology and this requiring for further work to be done? And no, sorry, Litchfields.
Sorry, so just quickly to point out that we have undertaken further investigation and that's found that there are no significant constraints to development within the site. There are some archaeological interests, but it's a matter of recording rather than leaving in situ, and that assessment has been shared with GMAS and they've agreed it, GMAS being Greater Manchester Archaeological Advisory Service, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's how, I mean, that demonstrates that the planning application process, when this further work's done, how it can lead to, you know, an outcome. But anyway, there's no major constraint there from your point of view. So if we move on to, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry, down that end. Mr. Rawlinson.
For the archaeological protection, I was just wondering if the actual lane itself, because I know that's mentioned in the Salford University historic study from 2020, that the hedges have to be protected down the north side and there mustn't be any change to the character of the valley. It must be protected. And I know the stones on the side of the north lane are listed. They're very old. So I just thought that needs to be considered as well.
So you're talking about the section of Crimble Lane that goes north from the...
north,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see if there's anything... I mean, that's not part of this development site, but we will pick up the issue about the access that you raised earlier, because there is a clause about what that actually means in terms of retaining access from I think, from the north. Mr.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just anecdotally, there's a lot of archaeological interest from local schools in terms of the whole river corridor and the historic archaeological remains all the way along that corridor, extending almost as far as Sudden. So any moves to protect and enhance that are appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on then to so part 4 we've dealt with, haven't we? That's the master planning, and we'll think about if there's any wording there about the sort of the phasing. 5 is about respecting the setting of the listed mill complex again, but also other sort of features, Queen's Park, the river, and the River Valley setting. Anything anybody wishes to say about that? I don't think I've got any. I mean, I suppose there's a question about, we've had discussion and made suggestions elsewhere about that it needs to reflect the landscape character type. And when you talk about the River Valley, the wider River Valley setting, whether there's anything there about the landscape character type that this site forms part of.
Yes, you raised this last week, didn't you? So that's right. And I think one of the ones we're going to look at later on does refer to a specific landscape character area. So, as said last week, I mean, if you felt it would be necessary to make the plan sound, or even just a nice thing to do for us to respond to, for us to include the particular landscape character area in the allocations, we can do that. Obviously.
I mean, I think some of the allocations are more likely to have an impact on the adjoining landscape than others. And I think this is where it comes in. It's a matter of judgment, really, as to the extent to which that is something that needs to be picked up explicitly or can be left to sort of the more thematic sort of policy approach. Okay, on this issue, though, about how the site relates to the wider surroundings, I suppose, Queen's Park and the River Valley setting, CPRA.
Sorry, it wasn't so much as landscape. I was going to refer to the environmental quality and the assessment, or the brief assessment that has been undertaken thus far, because we're aware that there's just a single side of a preliminary ecological appraisal, and it's just understanding whether that's captured all of the issues relating to ecology, because there's nearby Plumpton Wood site of biological importance and Meadowcroft Wood SBI as well. So it's just understanding that the under 5, where it says make provision for compensatory improvements to the environmental quality and accessibility of the Rainbow Greenbelt. It was just understanding the ecological impacts as well as the landscape. Okay, understood. Yeah, I was going to pick up the compensatory improvements, the environmental quality of the Greenbelt, but it's separately to this part 5. But no worries. Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Thank you. I was just looking at the wording, and it says the scheme should respect and have regard to. I wondered if it might be possible to strengthen that a bit, maybe to protect the setting and protect the adjacent, and the sort of the setting of the mill and the adjacent Queen's Park.
Okay, thank you. Noted. I'll have a think about that. There's different sort of phrases used in different contexts. Anything else on that? Let's move on there. Sorry, do you want to respond to any of those points?
No, so we'll leave them with you.
Yeah, okay. In terms of the compensatory improvements, You propose to add this sort of standard form of wording that we've come across now.
Indeed.
I suppose should it refer to on the site as well as in the finish? Is this one of the cases where there is an opportunity because it's part? Yeah, it should,
Indeed,
yeah.
because here we're retaining Greenbelt within the overall allocation, and yes, it could, and logically one would say should, refer to the part of the overall allocation which is retained Greenbelt.
And we've had this discussion elsewhere, but there is the work that was done by a land use consultant some time ago that identified potential opportunities for making improvements to the Greenbelt in the surrounding area, and the expectation that would be something that would be taken forward at planning application stage. So I suppose I'd be interested to hear from Lichfields about the extent to which that's been started to be looked at as part of the process that you're going through with the application. Do you want to just pick up that? This is on the issue of the compensatory improvements to remaining Greenbelt.
Yes, sir. And just dealing with that broadly, it's worth noting that the owner of Grimble Mill actually owns land that's beyond the site, the allocation boundary, to the north and to the east in particular. So both on the other side of the River Roach and on the south side of the River Roach. So as part of our application, sir, we've undertaken detailed LVIA. It was EIA development, so we have undertaken detailed ecology assessments, and part of the site includes, for example, the SBI that's been referred to. The intention, sir, is as part of our package of compensatory improvements that there will be improvements both within the site and also on the adjoining land. And that will more than compensate and mitigate for any harm in terms of ecology, but it will also provide those recreation and other benefits that the MPPF is seeking. So the application that is before the local planning authority at this moment has considered that in great detail and looked at these matters and put forward that package of work, which includes extensive landscaping along with long-term management of that land, removing things like invasive species from the river corridor and just managing that river corridor in a way that we'd all like to see happen.
Okay, thank you for that.
Which is grand, and of course it's marginally unfair because of course the planning application is on the basis of the land being Greenbelt. The compensatory improvements is only a local plan point when you're taking land out of the Greenbelt. So it was it's interesting that they're doing all these things. But it's not something that they can be required to do through the planning application process.
Okay. Mr. Morrell.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the compensatory improvements, is it possible to clarify to what extent local people have been consulted about such improvements? As obviously there's a planning application pending, and certainly the observation is that in terms of informal recreation, the area gives great benefit to local people. And I just wondered what the intentions were. Perhaps the gentleman from Redwaters can help in this respect, sir. Thank you.
Well, I don't want to get too into the detail of how the planning... I mean, we're talking about the planning application process, in essence, I think, rather than the plan. So I don't think it's really a matter. But do you want to very briefly talk about what opportunity there is for the local residents to respond to the planning application, I suppose, and consulted?
Yes, sir. I mean, as part of the planning application, we consulted with the community in terms of the preliminary, before the application was submitted. The application is live and people can review the proposals in detail. There are detailed landscaping plans and, there's not a detailed management scheme because that is envisaged as being required afterwards. But what we've done is we've looked at public access, private parts of the site, and we've tried to define and improve all of those aspects that currently exist. So we've looked at the rights of way, we've looked at how we can improve those rights of way, those parts of the site where members of the public might currently wander at the moment, and the intention is to keep that accessibility there. There will clearly be some parts of the site that are residential and will be private. Those are largely the open fields and the core part of the mill complex itself. So it won't be surprising that won't really change the current situation. But feel free to look at the planning application and make comments on them through the application process.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's move on now to the transport parts of the policy, which were, well, there's parts 6, 7 and 9, I think, and 10, all related to various transport elements. But there's been modifications to bring these together and to delete parts of them. First, part 6 has been crossed out as a proposed modification, but I think it's one of these cases where it may be helpful to clarify what is meant and what's envisaged here. Part 6, as drafted, said provide appropriate access onto the A58 to the south of the site, which, I mean, the site doesn't adjoin the A58, so obviously I assume the route is from Crimble Lane, is it? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that are in the Appendix D that's been proposed to be added is Crimble Lane improvements.
As a necessary part, yes.
Yes, as necessary.
Right.
So basically, just to understand how the main, and then, sorry, and another access would be from Mutual Street onto the bit of land that's been referred to by Mutual Mills, which is the old reservoir and the self-seeded woodland or the scrubland that's there. So they're the two main access points. There's there's another point, isn't there, about the mill building the access from the north, which we'll come on to separately, I think. So the main vehicular access to serve these 250 homes would be some from Mutual Street and some from the A58 up Crimble Lane. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
So, and then the access from Crimble Lane into the main part of the site, the Greenfield site south of the river, that would go off Crimble Lane at some point into the site, yeah? At least once or whatever. We don't know, we haven't got a layout, I don't think, have we?
No, I mean, that would be the main access, and obviously there'd be relevant, residential roads off that to access the site.
And then the mill conversion, he's already talked about, there's a bridge there already, the traffic goes all the way up Crimble Lane and then over that bridge onto the mill. How would it work in the future then? Would all the traffic still go up all the way up Crimble Lane to go over a bridge into the complex, or would it be traffic that goes through the site and then over a bridge into the mill complex?
I think in terms of the layout, how obviously best that kind of works in terms of the layout. I mean, obviously there's existing Crimble Lane now. So, I mean, as envisaged that Crimble Lane would still be a key route if there was other alternative routes that then linked into a bridge that were considered more appropriate. I think that's also the detail of the plan application in terms of how
So it could be either of those things, either or both.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But Crimble Lane would need, when it says in Crimble Lane improvements, that would be all of it from the A58 all the way up to the mill.
Or wherever.
Yes.
Depending on whether you take some of it through the main development site.
And then, yeah.
And then up and over the bridge. But improvement means widening, as I understand it, because that's what's been fed into our costings for the viability work.
Widening and surfacing and lighting and footways and all those sort of things, to the extent to which... So it depends on the site layout, in essence, yeah. There's different ways you could do it, but you can't just use Crimble Lane as it is and go into the mill complex. Yeah, okay, understood. Right, so the first point is point 6 would go under this, and what would be left would be a reference to the making provision for new and improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure in regard to policy JPC 7 and Appendix D. So that lists various things in Appendix D. Yep.
That's right. So, and obviously, as you'll know from previous discussions, 6 here has only come out because of, it's a statement of the obvious. But if, as with all of these, if you think it would be helpful, or I suppose strictly speaking, if you think it would be necessary to make the plan sound to have this wording in it, then that's absolutely fine. I mean, that's what was there originally, and we're not departing from that.
Yeah. Okay. But there needs to be that flexibility that the point of getting from A58 to the main development site and to the mill complex, there isn't a fixed prescribed way of doing it.
The plan isn't fixing that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, understood. So then the part 7 would refer to these off-site links, or making connection to these off-site links to make connection to other places in the surrounding area. And they're simply moved from what was part 9, is that right?
That's right. So they've just been moved into a more appropriate home, if you like.
And how that relates to Appendix D is proposed, that the sustainable travel improvements, that's what they are, and they're setting them out in more detail than what that would be.
Indeed, sir, that's right.
Okay, understood. So that's that. I'll come on and get other comments in due course. There was deleting this standard reference to electrical vehicle charging infrastructure because that's just a generic thing that's dealt with by other policies.
Yep.
Okay. Right, we may as well just deal with this specific point then. That's in part 8. Well, it's got a number 3 in it as well. I'm not quite sure why in my copy. For zone 3, yes, yeah, that's right, good.
It threw all of us, I think. Yes,
right, okay, but this says, this includes ensuring that the mill building can be accessed from the north. Again, if you know it, you know what this means. I think I understand it when I've looked at the maps, but basically Crimble Lane continues on up, goes north, and it serves a number of cottages and things. But basically what this is saying is that for safety reasons, there would need to be that access from the new homes on the mill complex onto Crimble Lane going north. And is that's for people to escape if necessary? Is it also for emergency access?
I think it's principally, obviously, in the case of flood under the bridge, obviously southerly access not being possible, there needs to be that alternative to, obviously, I'll leave the site from the north, the mill complex. That may relate to emergency vehicles if that was a case at the same time, but it's principally a safety issue, as you pointed out.
So at the moment, the Crimble Lane from the north, is it used by vehicles? Down to the mill?
It can be, yes.
But it wouldn't. Does it need improving to allow emergency access?
I think that obviously I think there would need to be potentially maybe some management of that and how you deal with that. I don't know whether Chris, you can expand on that a little bit, just in terms of how we might deal with that.
Yeah, so you could, as we discussed on other allocations, you could put in a emergency access restriction so that it isn't a free flow traffic, but emergency access is still provided.
And physically, you can get it. You can get a fire engine or whatever down Crimble Lane from the north.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there seems to be some disagreement. It will take some comments. Okay. Right. So I think that deals with the various transport access issues from your point of view, at least now. So let's open it up to others. I'll move on. I'll go up the table. So if we start with Anne Ripley.
Thank you. Just really my concern is Crimble Lane North. It's a bridleway, it's unsurfaced, it's in a very poor condition, there's no council maintenance, it's narrow. I drive it regularly in a very cautious manner in a normal car, and regularly my car hits the bottom of the potholes. In my opinion, the bend and the state of the road and the width of the road are totally unsuitable for regular use.
Is this the bit?
That's the north end of
the north end,
Lane,
yeah.
the north end, yeah. That will be secondary or emergency access.
So you're saying you don't think, notwithstanding what the council has said, that for emergency use by emergency vehicles, you don't think it would be suitable?
No, even taxis hesitate to go down there. There's only a couple of companies that will pick up from down there.
Okay. Right. Understood. You don't need to repeat the same point. I think I've got the point, but anyway, I'll move on and see what you say.
Yes, I live just by the entrance of Crimble Lane to the A58. It's a very narrow entrance onto the A road, and it bottlenecks about probably 10 or 15 metres into Crimble Lane with houses on either side. How you could get two cars, actually get two cars down with a footpath for mothers with prams and trolleys, I've no idea. Another thing would be in the morning and in the evening, it is backed up past my house, probably up to, well, Springfield Park, which is probably half a mile from me, due to the congestion backing up from Haywood. So how anybody would get out of Crimble Lane and turn right onto the A58 to get into Haywood at busy times, I've no idea. It takes me 10 minutes sometimes to get out of my drive in the morning to get to work. So, thank you.
So it's not just a matter of widening Crimble Lane or improving Crimble Lane, you think the access onto the A58 is totally unsuitable?
Yeah, but it sort of bottlenecks just, what, 10 or 20 metres inside. There's 2 houses with walls. It can't go any wider there, as far as I know. And the backlog at busy times in the morning
Okay, thank
and
you.
in the evening. Thank you.
Ms Robinson.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the council have actually been down the lane because it would be totally impossible. You can't, there's no passing points. The fire actually have the hydrants on the hill going towards the mill to get to us, so there's no potential for any emergency vehicles. Taxis get stuck on the corner. Talking about Crimble Lane from Haywood side, I'm not sure how you'd widen it because I'm not sure if you've been down these sheer cliffs that would hold the houses on the land where they're building, and then there's a drop into the River Roach on the other side. So I'm not sure how that side would be widened. There's the impact of the right-of-way remaining open. There would need to be some planning in how they would stop all the residents going up the lane for a shortcut, plus from the proposed Bamford development, they'd want to cut down to get to Haywood as well if they made the lane any better. It's a bridle way for horses to use. The hedges are protected. There's no point anywhere where you could widen that lane. Plus, it's privately owned. It's privately owned at the top by the farm, which is a working farm that regularly move the cattle along it and have tractors on it. So you can't rely on being able to get out. Plus, you would all be just jammed on the lane. It would just be a big queue because there's nowhere to pass. If you come across another car, you have to literally reverse the whole length of the lane, and the council have never, ever done any upkeep of the lane. When we ask for grit, that's always declined. So we have to buy our own.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr Morell.
Thank you, sir. I take it that as part of this section we are covering point 9 because one of the concerns of certain of the communities adjacent to this particular application is the rights of way, which the 2 ladies have so eloquently put the case. The situation is that Crimble Lane is actually a bridle way and is used very frequently and very actively as such, and in actual fact, as part of a scoping exercise, there were considerable reservations, which I'm sure Lichfields can help us with, expressed by Rochdale and Bury Bridleways about not only what the outcome would be in terms of access for the riders and particularly the young riders who use it as a safe route for off-road riding, but during the construction phase, as has been previously elucidated, the access is extremely narrow and is just about navigable by a horse. Those are people who, as I've said, specifically use it as a transit route between various other wards beyond Haywood, and yet I don't see any specifics in terms of proper enhancement or a diversion during the construction phase that will address those concerns. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, another quick point.
Yeah, I'm just considering the surfacing of the lane. It's very, very steep. But the bridle way, if that was resurfaced, the horses would slip.
Okay, thank you.
And also, I wanted to clarify what it means by facilitating a route adjacent to the River Roach to support the wider Roach Valley Way.
On the, well, it was part 9, it's been moved into part 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, the council can respond in due course. I'll just go on round and see if there's any other comments. So, Lichfields.
Thank you, sir. Just briefly, in terms of the locality assessment and the work that we've been doing with the Local Highway Authority, we have looked very closely at the access arrangements to the site, and in particular Crimble Lane, which is a private road. It's not maintainable at public expense, and it is constrained in terms of width. Now, that road, it currently serves Crimble Mill, which is in commercial use. There's 40-ton lorries trundling up and down it on occasion every day. in terms of the package of improvements, we've looked at the current use, we've looked at the network around it, including the A58 junction. My clients actually own the bungalow immediately adjacent to the access on the eastern side of Crimble Lane, and the intention is to widen Crimble Lane in that location by relocating the existing wall to provide an acceptable access off Rochdale Road East. The remainder of Crimble Lane is proposed to be improved. The precise surfacing treatment is something that is still being discussed and agreed with the council as local highway authority, but the idea is to create a treatment that is usable as an access to the mill, is a significant improvement over the current arrangement, and provides for an access into the development site as well as the retained Crimble Mill. We are also providing secondary access, and as part of the current application, sir, we've got secondary access off Woodland Road. We're not actually providing a secondary access as part of the current application off Mutual Street because the site doesn't extend that far, but Woodland Road is an extension of Mutual Street. And so in terms of the greenfield part of the site, the expectation is that traffic will be balanced between Woodland Road and Crimble Lane. And as I've said before, there's no intention at all to interfere with the continued use of it as a bridleway or for third-party rights to be affected. Clearly, the extent of the adoption of Crimble Lane is something, again, that we're discussing, but the principle of an access arrangement has been discussed and has been agreed through pre-app process, as well as through discussions through the ongoing application. So, sir, we believe that there is a suitable vehicular access into this site, that we've demonstrated that with both the plans that we've submitted and the technical evidence that's been prepared both by the council and by us as applicant and promoter of the site. I accept that there are, balancing issues in that, and in the same way that we'll come to in a minute, sir, in terms of flooding, the intention is to improve insofar as is physically possible Crimble Lane, to create an acceptable arrangement that will be in accordance with the advice and manual for streets and other technical guidance. Parts of it are steep, parts of it may well remain in private ownership because of the inability to provide an adoptable road. The council at the moment seem to be relatively flexible in terms of that approach. The existing bridge, for example, is an unadopted private structure maintainable by my client. We acknowledge that there are private rights over it. We will maintain those rights through the construction of a replacement structure. That will be slightly higher than the existing bridge at the request of the Environment Agency for purposes of emergency escape, so that it's only in the most extreme events where that bridge will be inundated, because we'll be raising the soffit level and the deck level of that bridge by a relatively small amount, but sufficient to deal with that as an emergency access in the majority of situations. There will still be instances in the 1 in 1,000 year flood where that bridge is inundated, and we will rely on Crimble Lane to the north to provide an emergency escape route for residents of the mill complex, and also potentially to provide some access for emergency vehicles where that's appropriate. These are all matters that we've discussed with the council, as LLFA, as local planning authority, the Environment Agency, and also Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service. We believe that in amongst that, in our proposal, is an entirely acceptable arrangement for this.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of just clarifying what you said about Crimble Lane and the access there, well, first of all, not all the traffic to the 250 homes would be from that access. Some would be from
Woodlands Road.
Woodford Road, is it?
Woodlands Road.
Woodlands Road, sorry, yeah. Which is a continuation of Mutual Street. So
yes.
Yeah, okay, understood. So, but some of the traffic would go up Crimble Lane, and you could improve the junction with A58, you say, because of the ownership issue. So you then have a stretch that gets up to the bottom corner of the allocation, and at some point there would be a road that goes into the Greenfield site. Yep.
Yes, and at the moment it's at the plateau at the top. If you do have the luxury of going to see it, sir, you'll recognise the obvious location for an access.
Okay, but so that would serve the homes on the main part of the site, well, the ones that aren't served from Mutual Street and Woodlands Road. What would, I didn't quite understand what you said about the access to the converted mill. Would that be via that new road, or would it be up Crimble Lane still?
It would continue to be up Crimble Lane. That stretch of Crimble Lane will be improved. It's just it may not be capable of improvement to an adoptable standard, in which case it will remain private, much as the existing road is private now, but maintainable as part of the management company for the site.
But the bottom line with all this is the Highway Authority would have to be satisfied, and the Planning Authority have to be satisfied that the access arrangements are safe and suitable.
That's correct, sir. And you know, obviously it's not the purpose of the policy to define exact details about how the site will be accessed. It's sufficient for you to understand that there is, in all probability, an appropriate and suitable access.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that. Anything you want to add, Mutual Mills? I mean, you've made the point, I think, that there's access available from Mutual Street to serve part of the site. Okay, and not that, again, I mean, I suppose from your point of view, the obvious thing that would serve the part of the site that you own, but the comprehensive master planning would look at that, and if, I don't know, I mean, that would be something that you'd think about, how much development served off each of these potential access points.
So I think the topography will, to some extent, dictate the relationship. There may be pedestrian and cycleway links more than vehicular links. Obviously, with Woodlands Road providing an alternative access, certainly my client's land would be served off Mutual Street, and that might accommodate, you know, 50, 60 dwellings. I'm, you know, just guessing really in terms of the developable area. But I mean, if there may be an opportunity to physically link the accesses, but you know, it may not be necessary.
And that would be the comprehensive, that would be the purpose of the comprehensive master planning. And even, as you say, even if it wasn't for vehicular access, pedestrian and cycle routes could potentially be put through. Yeah. Okay, right. Do you want to come back on the
only very briefly? I mean, you've had a very full exposition. So, and as far as we're concerned, we know enough to make the allocation, and the allocation is sound. There isn't a showstopper, in other words.
Okay. Yeah. Any final points on access? We go back round again.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
Just of what was said before about access onto the A58. HGV vehicles do go up and down. It's the mill with the mill. I can't even count how many times lorries have got stuck trying to turn into it and trying to get out of it. And the farmhouse opposite, I've lived there for 28 years, and several times her wall's been knocked down and had to be rebuilt. So that gives you the scale of the width of the A58. Presumably the bungalow on the corner that we did presume you owned probably will widen the access slightly, but yeah, it's very, very difficult for large vehicles to get in and out. Also, the traffic speed of traffic down there is horrendous. And also, I just wanted to mention that Woodlands Road goes round onto Rye Street at the minute. That's a one-way street. That serves just as drop-off for the school. So, yeah, just to let you know about that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. And you've already referred to the congestion at school drop-off and pick-up times. Yeah.
I just wanted clarification of how often you were planning on them using the north of the lane, because at the front of the mill's quite frequently flooded throughout winter. So I'm just wondering, and where they would drive out, would they come out of the front where it floods most of the time in winter, or would they come round the back towards the north? And then you're proposing that there's 100 and odd cars come up that lane every day, numerous times a day, when they can't access the bridge.
Okay, Mr. Morrell.
Is it possible to gain clarification either from Redwaters and or from the council as to whether and to what extent the council's rights of way service has been consulted in relation to the access? Because as a representative from Redwater said, there's a balance to be struck here. But if the balance compromises the safety of younger people using the already established rights of way network, then maybe that's just a compromise too far. So would like to hear what the response is on that through yourself, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't want to get, the danger of getting too much into the detail of the things that have to be sorted out at the planning application stage. So, I mean, do you want to just finally respond to the final point?
Well, I don't know what more we can say. As I've said earlier on, enough is known to support the principle of the allocation. I mean, if, as and when we're dealing with two different worlds here in a way. A planning application is in, but we're not here discussing whether that planning application will be approved or not. We're discussing whether or not the allocation is sound. And so in the world of the plan, the allocation's made, and we're then thinking to ourselves, well, what about a planning application that fits in with that allocation and what the allocation has got to say? I mean, ultimately, in relation to access and safety, I mean, whatever the allocation says on the subject, in any event, the national planning policy is very clear that, I mean, it is, if you can't achieve a safe access, then you ought to be refused consent. I mean, it's as simple as that. Paragraph 111 of the framework. Unacceptable impact on highway safety is one of the two potential reasons for refusal that arise on traffic grounds. So, so we need to separate out. No, it's really, really difficult because obviously there's a planning application which is in, and it's totally understandable that people are very interested in the planning application, and indeed the information in the planning application is of some use in our wider discussion. But here we are talking about an allocation. We know enough to make the allocation. If ultimately a safe access can't be achieved, then it won't happen.
Yeah, okay, understood. And it's been very helpful to hear, the views of local residents who live there, and giving their experience of what the nature of the roads and the rights of way are. I mean, in terms of the council's procedures for consulting with rights of way people and highway authority, etc. I mean, that's something that takes place, I assume.
Well, that's a planning application point, isn't it? I mean, obviously we've all the relevant parts of the council have been played into the plan-making process, yeah. But I think the point probably arose about the planning application, I suspect.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, as far as we're concerned, yes, everyone who's needed to be consulted vis-a-vis making the plan has been consulted.
Yeah. I mean, and there's various improvements to rights of way that have been referred to in the policy. Crimble's Lane's not been referred to in that respect, but I understand the points that's been made about it being a bridle way, and we can have a think about what's said about Crimble Lane in Appendix D and Crimble Lane improvements, and whether anything further is needed in that regard.
Yes, indeed. In relation to Appendix D or in relation to the policy?
Well, we'll have a think about whether just the clarity about how it deals with the issue of the...
Because some of the items in Appendix D are quite staccato, aren't they? And they could be, one could have a bit more if you like. And indeed, I know that there are those, carry on mixing metaphors, of people champing at the bit to add things to Appendix D, so in terms of fleshing out the detail. But we'll wait and see what you think about that, sir, in due course.
Okay, well, it's well after 11, so past the time that we'd normally have a break. However, it may make sense to carry on to finish this policy off, because we've only got a couple more parts, I think, and viability. So we've talked about flood risk and the emergency arrangement, so I don't think we need to go over that again. But just to be clear about where the flood risk is and how development would relate to it, do you want to just clarify that?
Yes, the main areas of flood risk in relation to the site are obviously relatively close to the watercourse. So they do cover some of the area immediately to the south of the kind of northern bend in the river, if you like, and also the mill complex itself is subject to that. Obviously, that's been covered under the detailed evidence work done through the SFRA. That's brought out a number of recommendations. Obviously, I think, as referenced by Redwater, there's been further ongoing discussions with the EA regarding some of the details about how to deal with and manage that flood risk. And obviously, it's considered that can be achieved within the master planning and the details within the site.
So on the main part of the site, you said there's relatively limited areas on the northern part and along near closest to the river, but development would be kept away from those, would it? It would be on the higher parts of the main site.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But the mill itself that we converted and some of the buildings to be redeveloped, they were the ones that would be in the flood risk area, but that would be a design and layout issue that would have to address that.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, okay. Right, and then we've dealt with the emergency evacuation and arrangements. Anything that anybody wishes to say about flood risk? Yeah.
I just presume that in terms of the viability of the site, the flood risk mitigations have been taken into account in the viability assessments.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll deal with viability in a minute, but yeah, we'll pick up that point. Okay, so moving on then to point 11, sorry. This is about the primary school to the south of the site, which is not within the allocation, but what the policy is requiring is some land within the allocation to be provided. Is that right?
That's
to allow
right.
the school to expand.
Indeed.
Yeah, and there would also be financial contributions from the developer to help fund the additional places, both in that school but also secondary schools if needed.
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. Right, anything anybody wishes to say about that? Yep.
Sorry, it goes on to the viability
Yeah.
aspect, unfortunately, if you don't mind. It says in the viability assessment stage 2 commentary that the viability has only been made virtually marginal by the reduction of the education contribution. So my concern is that that will have an effect on what contribution is made towards that school.
Okay. Again, can we pick it up on the viability? Because it's a general point about viability. If viability is shown to be marginal, the thing to think about then is, well, what does that mean? Does it mean the site won't come forward, or does it mean the site may come forward, but certain things that would normally be required can't be provided, and whether that's acceptable or not? So you will pick up. So you've identified two there. There's the flood risk and the school. There's obviously the transport, and there's the cost of the mill conversion as well. That's all impact on viability, presumably. So we'll come back to those. Finally, there is an additional standard clause in here about it's a factual that it's within a mineral safeguarding area, and that's a process that the developer would have to look at in accordance with the adopted joint minerals development plan. So I haven't got any more questions about that.
Thank you, sir.
So, unless there's anything else about the actual policy and the various parts of it that people wish to say, can we move on to viability? And all of the allocations are subject to an assessment in a consistent manner, and various different sensitivity tests were run. What do we? So this is one where it's shown to have a negative residual value, and would be an unviable site.
Well,
on the basic test.
Until you start doing your sensitivity tests, that's
okay.
right.
So just on the first point, what are what's the significant costs here that are making this a sort of on the initial run? Is it the
Well, in the base scenario, it was that we'd put in on the information which has then subsequently come to light, I think through the application process, we put in about twice as much money as was needed to do up the listed building. So that was a killer blow, if you like.
So significant costs, transport mitigations, costs?
Transport mitigations, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
But sorry, you asked about the particular base scenario.
Yeah.
So in the base we had twice as much money in for the renovation costs as appear to be required. So the first sensitivity test was to use the renovation, was to reduce those costs in the light of the information which is available through the application process.
I think your statement. What have I got?
And then it worsens a bit more once you include the transport costs, but the transport costs are not, I was going to say, not the driving point, which would be a very bad pun and unintended. The transport costs are not the in that first round of viability were not the determining issue.
There was a reference to potentially reduced contribution to education.
That's right. That comes in late. So basically, you find in the base scenario that I mean, this stuff does amaze me sometimes. You find that the site isn't viable, you have people promoting it in the base scenario, so you think, well, how do those two things add up? But anyway, in the sensitivity work, market values are increased, and a reduction in education contributions on the basis of making land available, and that being for the primary schools expansion, that being treated, if you like, as in relation to the primary school as a contribution that the site would make, and so therefore not taxing the developer on top of that by saying you should also provide spaces, contributions towards additional spaces because you're providing the land, and that's good enough. That then gets you into category 2 for viability purposes, but one only needs small adjustments in market values, and this, as I understand it, well, I'll ask Mr. Poole to comment about values here generally, but one only needs small adjustment in market values, and there isn't an issue. And you must remember there are parties who are keen to bring the site forward. Mr. Poole, did you want to say anything about value or anything here?
I mean, obviously, in terms of the base scenario, I mean, the values North Haywood that this was located is value area 5, so obviously. But again, as we've discussed on other sites, I don't think this location or this particular site would be representative of general values in that, obviously, which covers large parts of Inner Haywood. So, kind of much lower kind of value areas within and around the town centre. So, obviously, with the kind of setting of the site and the adjacent Queen's Park and so on, I think we'd envisage it achieving higher values on this site.
So just being clear on the education contribution, what he's saying is that it wouldn't be a reduced contribution. It's just that the normal requirement for contributing to the school provision would be made. It's just that we made it in a different way in this instance because some of the contribution would be in the form of land.
Exactly. You'd get land to offset. So in the normal case, a developer bringing forward an application wouldn't have land to trade in, if you like, into the overall equation. So they get taxed, but vis-a-vis, the number of additional school places their development might generate. What's the rate which the local authority charges, so to speak, in relation to those. When you have someone, as here, who can actually put land into the equation, then obviously the value, I say obviously, one would hope it's obvious, the value of the land needs to be factored into that equation.
Okay, so the situation is the council as planning authority and the education authority is satisfied that there will be a need for more school places and that the developer will make the usual contribution to help fund those, and they'll be provided in the appropriate time as they're needed. Okay, in terms of the last thing on viability, there was something said about the costs of dealing with flood risk. I think given that the main cost around flood risk is probably to do with the conversion of the listed building. It's all part of that process that's been done to look at how you actually convert the building in a way that is, well, one, restores it, but also is safe in terms of flood risk and other aspects. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, that would be my view. I mean, obviously, in terms of cost, it is more of a general, I think, design and how you would bring forward the site. So that's how I'd envisage that element is kind of reflected, if you like, in terms of the viability.
Okay, anything Lichfields want to say about viability? To confirm that you're expecting to bring forward a viable scheme, I assume?
Yes, I mean, we've done a detailed viability exercise for our current planning application. You have to bear in mind that doesn't cover the entire site, and it demonstrates that the scheme is deliverable as part of the development with the requirements that are in there in policy terms. The assessment of the whole site, is the only exercise that's been done on that is part of the local plan exercise. So you have to look at these things in the round. There's an awful lot of information available on cost now in terms of restoration of the mill, which has fed into the council's work. Some of that emanates from the work that we've done, which is a detailed design and costing exercise. So there's now a lot more information about how one does secure the future of the mill, and there's a detailed scheme that achieves that.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Any final comments about viability? So I'll start with Anne Ripley, then I'll move on down the table.
Thank you. I think it's maybe a point of understanding. If this development was given the go-ahead and then things turned up that are unexpected, what happens? Because kind of does it end up half delivered? And are there's two planning applications, I think, or certainly two references, one for the mill development and one for the Greenbelt. Is the mill development viable on its own? I think my main concern is that I feel there's a danger that things will turn up, like possible contamination on the mill site that maybe aren't expected, and the thing will become not viable. Will somebody else have to fund it? Will the council have to put money in, or public money, or I don't know. And sorry if that's not a valid question, but it is a
Okay,
concern.
well, yeah, understood. But I think the response is no, the council wouldn't be subsidising it. It would be up to the developer to demonstrate that all these things can be achieved. And yeah.
Just in terms of the things I said before, but also we've got a very marginally viable site here, 170,000 on the S2 sensitivity test, which is worrying given that we've already heard that there might be further works need doing on the northern part of Crimble Lane, which seems to be in private ownership. Would that need to be bought from that private owner? But just going on to in terms of the stage 2 allocation viability document, June 21, page 97, which gives the tables about Crimble Mill. It shows in terms of there'll be 212.5 market value houses and 37.5 affordable houses on this. When I raised the issue of viability a couple of weeks ago about JPA2 Stakehill, which showed in a similar table all the houses being market value and non-affordable, I got an answer back from Mr. Poole from Rochdale Council in an email to say that it had all been factored in terms of affordable housing for every Rochdale site. In terms of viability, using that calculation of 7.5% of GDV. But on this site, it appears that in the table, it shows affordable housing. So, whilst Rochdale Council are telling me on one hand that they're using one calculation for all the sites, it would appear that on this one, they've used a different calculation. So could we just have some clarity as to whether GDV 7.5 has been used on this site or not, and does that, is that reflected elsewhere in other sites around Rochdale, given that we've heard most of sites around Rochdale?
Okay, understood. I'll ask if they can clarify that. It's the apparent inconsistency between what the assessment says for the Stakehill site and this one in terms of the affordable housing costs and values, etc. Yeah, understood. Yeah, Redwater on. On what?
Sorry, sir. I was just going to come back on a point of clarification because there is a single application for the site at the minute. There's not two applications, and obviously we're in detailed discussions with the council about how you secure through that process, both Section 106 and conditions, the restoration of the mill.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any final comments on
the query? So, and I don't think we can answer the query off the cuff.
No,
I can see Mr. Poole going through all the information here, so we just have to, I don't know, either email the
maybe we
gentleman
could just
or
pick
put a
it
note
up.
into or put a note into the examination.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll raise it with you sometime later in today. But I mean, it may be that you could maybe communicate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or if you're concerned, you can.
Yeah, and if you can explain to me,
us,
and if I'm still uncertain about it,
exactly.
I could ask for the clarification.
Thank you,
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Any other final comments that people wish to say about this site before we have a break? Last chance. Yep.
Thank you.
Just pull your microphone slightly nearer and then it'll pick you up. That's it, thanks.
I probably should have mentioned it earlier, but our house and several other houses on Rochdale Road East on the A58 have got cellars. And in the past, we have had a real problem with black water backing into our cellars from the main drainage system, which runs under Rochdale Road East. We've had advice off Rochdale Council. Utilities have helped a lot by putting pumps in and installing pumps. But at the end of the day, utilities say that the drainage system that runs down Rochdale Road East, especially with the new estate that's on Green Lane, with 200 or 300 houses on, I'm not sure exactly how many, that it's on overload and it can't cope with the houses that it sort of, what's my word? Which it's servicing now without
Okay, thank you.
other houses.
Got,
Thank
yeah,
you.
understood. Mr Robinson?
Yeah. The other thing was, I don't think that anybody clarified that where it says facilitating a route adjacent to the River Roach to support the wider Roach Valley Way, what that means.
Yeah, it was a point raised. Do you want to just clarify? That's one of the policy requirements about this, a route adjacent to the River Roach. There is a footpath that runs along the River Roach, at least along part of the site, isn't there? Is what's intended here?
Yes, sir. I mean, there is a longer-term aspiration in terms of providing a recreational route that has been for a number of years adjacent to the River Roach. Obviously, that already exists in places. I think it's just to pick up the fact that there's an opportunity here to create or ensure that there's a route that enables that work to come forward to link in appropriately or to provide a convenient route. It's more about, I suppose, ensuring that the master planning considers routes through the site adjacent to the river.
So which part of the site are we talking about here? Is it the bit around the mill complex?
I think it would be, well, it kind of crosses over, so you've kind of got either side of the river in this location, but it may also potentially be to the south of the river, just convenient, ensuring facilitating convenient access routes that could, at some stage, link into a wider route.
Okay, right. Okay, but the policy is it's a general point. So I'm going to leave it there. So thank you for your contributions this morning on that particular site. That was helpful. We'll have a break now for 20 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next site on the agenda, which is JPA 24. So if we resume at 10 to 12, please. Well, I did say we'd have a 20-minute break, so I stuck to that part of the explanation rather than the actual timing, so apologies for that. Right, let's move on then to the next allocation, if we can, please, which is JPA 24, Roach Valley. This is not a site that's in the Greenbelt, so do you want to give us a brief overview of this one?
Okay, it's not in a green belt, so that's the starting point. Currently protected open land, so as you know in our process, we saw that as sequentially preferable to green belt. So not in the green belt, it's got good access to local services, including nearby schools, easy access to Smithy Bridge railway station, good access up to the A58 bus corridor. We see it as a site that would be able to contribute to higher value housing, which, as you know, as we've previously said, is lacking generally in the borough. Issues have been raised mainly through representations made about the allocation, but we don't consider that there are any certainly no showstoppers and no issues that are incapable of being dealt with through the normal planning process. When we come to viability later on, I will just need to spend a few moments about that. There aren't any concerns as far as we're concerned, and there are site promoters, allocation promoters here, but I do just need, there's a fiddly point, if you like, about what was done and what wasn't done. But in terms of the planning merits, if you like, in terms of the allocation, we consider there's a strong case for this allocation.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, there's some participants who have joined since the break. So can we just allow the people to introduce themselves who have joined us specifically for this site? Thank you.
Yes, Ian Jackson. I was here last Thursday for the allocation JP22, I think. I'm here representing again the Smithy Bridge and Littleborough Save the Greenbelt Group.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Fennell. I'm here with the Smithy Bridge and Littleborough Save the Greenbelt Group.
Good morning, my name's John Taylor. I'm an elected member for Wardle and West Littleborough and here representing the Greenbelt Group today.
Okay, well, welcome again. I know you were all here last week for the Smithy Bridge site, weren't you? So we'll, the process. So let's move on. Okay, so in terms of this allocation, then we haven't got the issues to do with Greenbelt. In terms of the location, you've already referred to it being a suitably located site in relation to the urban area.
Yep.
Anything further you wanted to say about that in terms of proximity to public transport services, etc.?
And nothing particularly to add. So I mean, as has been pointed out, in terms of proximity to railway station and the kind of bus corridor, I feel it's an appropriate located site for residential development.
Okay. Anything else anybody wish to say about the principle of the location in this particular case in terms of it being suitable or unsuitable? Before we get into the detail of some of the, the other issues that we're going to deal with based on the policy. CPRE, do you want to start on that?
Yes, although the site isn't Greenbelt, it is other protected open land and it is enjoyed by local people as a amenity. We're concerned about the landscape and visual impacts arising if the site were to be developed and also ecological issues relating in part to the way the site has been assessed.
What do you mean by that, sorry?
I'm just going to pull up a note, if I may. I think it's just to do with the level of... we had the note last week from yourself, IN24, and the response from GMCA, but there are still outstanding issues in terms of the ecology. I might ask you to go down the line and come back to me because I just need to find my note about it, if you don't mind. Sorry.
Okay. So there's a point about landscape and visual impact. That's because of its position on the hillside and being able to see it from various vantage points. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, if you can give me just a minute, just to find my note on ecology.
And just okay. And in terms of you say recreational value, this is because there are a number of public footpaths that cross the site.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not one where it's just it's a green field that there's no access to. It's one that's actually used by...
There's public good being served by the site being as it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right, any points on this broad location issue about whether it's in a suitable location?
If I may, thank you. As I mentioned on allocation 22 last Thursday, this allocation, again, if I can express the opinion that it should be looked at in conjunction with all the other proposed sites, both within and without the allocation.
And that's in terms of the impacts that we're going to talk about in traffic, etc. Is that
Yes, yes.
primarily?
It would impact on several
Yeah.
items.
So that being the case, what you're saying is in terms of the overall location, because there's quite a lot of other development being allowed and being proposed in the area, it's now become it's not a suitable location for any more. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, essentially, yes.
Cumulative impacts on the roads and social infrastructure and things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's sorry, Councillor Taylor, isn't it?
Thank you. There is a specific issue with the overdevelopment of the area with this site, which I'm sure we'll come on to in terms of transport and the potential for a link road. So at the appropriate time, I would want to speak about that.
Yeah, well, we'll deal with the link road or a potential link road and how this site relates to that in due course. So, yeah. Right. Taylor Wimpey.
Yeah, just in relation to the specific point in terms of location, we completely agree with GMCA in terms of that it is a highly sustainable site and suitably located, particularly in relation to its location within the Pennine Fringe. Under the adopted core strategy, that is, you know, the direction of where housing growth is to be located, particularly the nearby town of Littleborough, which is identified as a primary focus for growth within the area. In addition, it's closely located to Rochdale, which is the primary focus for new housing and economic development in the borough through PFE, in particular through the North East Growth Corridor. And as we've touched on, it's well located in relation to a range of services and facilities, including public transport, which obviously the site offers the opportunity to enhance those connections as well to those services and facilities. So we agree that it is a highly sustainable site and aligns with the spatial strategy of the adopted plan and the PFE.
Okay, thank you. Your nameplates are still up down there, is that? Yeah.
Hi, sorry, I wonder if I could just make a point. Excuse me. The gentleman mentioned that in the borough there was a lack of high-value properties when that really isn't the case. If we're looking at actual local need, Littleborough and Smitherbridge need more high-value properties like they need a hole in the head, to be frank. We'd be more likely to need things like bungalows and accommodation for older people so they can downsize and free up their larger homes for the young generation coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
CPRA, did you want to come back on?
Yeah, sorry, just in terms of ecology, TEP have undertaken the ecological survey, but I think there's been perhaps an oversight of the priority species and birds of conservation concern that exist, which is contrary to the NERC Act, and there is notable habitats of principal importance nearby. Within 1 kilometre of the site, there's deciduous woodland habitat, and there's also 150 metres to the west at Greenfield Lane, a site of importance. There's lowland fen habitat also present within 1 kilometre of the site, associated with the Rochdale Canal. Lowland fen priority habitat is present on the site, and that ought to be noted.
All this coming from? Is any of this in the Reg 19 representations made by the...
I don't know.
Where's all this stuff coming from?
Well, the basic point is you don't think there's sufficient ecology evidence.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, okay. Right. Anything you want to come back in terms of the broad location?
It's an extremely well-located site for residential development. There's no doubt at all about that. In terms of its proximity to services, to a railway station, there's a second railway station which is a further walk away, but there's one close by. Bus corridor on the A road, so it's very, very well located indeed for residential development, and it's not one of the Greenbelt sites, so that's a major plus. just to express my concern about these ecological points, which is just thrown in without these points having been raised, as I understand it, in terms of the CPRE having catalogued all this stuff before. I don't know what notes being read. You have our position in relation to ecological work. As far as we're concerned, the work that we've done is perfectly sufficient to support the plan and its allocations. And I really, really am, going to start getting quite concerned about this, to be honest, fairly soon.
Yeah, okay. Anything?
Well, just to be fair, I did say under question 20.33 that there are important ecological issues that need further assessment. So I have put it in my Reg 19.
Well, that was in your written statement for this in response to our matters, decisions and questions, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know about whether you raised ecology issues in your Reg 19.
Not to that detail, no, but that those habitats do exist in the vicinity.
Okay.
I'm just pointing them out.
Yeah, okay, right, we'll move on. But I think there's a recurring theme, as we know, about ecology and the level of evidence. I think if we can accept that we know that, and I think it's not really necessary unless there's anything. Well, I mean, there are specific issues, but I mean, we're aware of what the evidence is and we know what the position is. And if if we think that there is a general point about the level of ecology evidence for any particular site, we will make that known in due course. So, let's move on to. Well, I've got just to be clear about the flood risk, can we? Just before we move on to the detailed development requirements, a proportion of the site is in flood zones 2 and 3, and that's obviously, well, I assume that's the part of the site lower down the slope towards the river. But just for absolute clarity, and it's indicated on the indicative sort of layout that we've had, sorry, I didn't mention the maps, we've got a site visit plan that indicates where the development would be, and we've also got an indicative master plan that's been prepared by Taylor Wimpey, I think, that was in the examination library, which I'll refer to on some other issues. But anyway, both of those show that the southern part of the site that's in the allocation would be retained as, and it follows the topography, doesn't it, that slopes down more steeply to the river. So in terms of the flood risk, there isn't any development that would take place in flood risk areas, is that correct? Okay. Or to put it another way, it's perfectly possible to accommodate 200 homes on the parts of the site that isn't at flood risk, and that's something that can be managed. The point. Yeah. Right, okay. Anything that anybody else wants to say about flood risk before we move on to look at the detailed wording of the various parts of the policy? No, okay. So first one is setting out that it's 200 homes, around 200 homes, including higher value homes. And it's, well, I suppose it also says on the northern half of the site, northern part of the site, I suppose it should be, but adjacent to existing residential areas to give the indication.
Northern part of the site, yes.
It also then, the modification to clarify that affordable homes would be provided in accordance with relevant local plan requirements. So that's clear. So, is there anything anybody wishes to say about that in terms of it? You know, I mean, you've made the point about higher value homes. Understood. It's an issue that it's a recurring issue in Rochdale, different parts of Rochdale. So we'll have to think about that. But I understand what you're saying about your perceived needs for different sorts of accommodation. In terms of the addition of the affordable housing element, is there anything you wish to say about that, making clear that it would require affordable housing as well as market housing? I'm only looking at you because you raised the issue of housing types.
Yeah, I certainly think that Rochdale and Littleborough do need more affordable housing, and I would say a greater proportion of affordable housing, probably using some of the many brownfield sites that we have available, of which I know there are at least 60 suitable brownfield sites in Rochdale alone. So,
okay, yeah. Right. The next part of the policy is standard one about the master planning and use of design codes to ensure comprehensive development. That's fine, understood. On some sites, there's also a requirement for an infrastructure implementation and phasing strategy. Is that required here or not?
It's not. I've asked this question of the team, so it's one of those conscious decision points as opposed to accidental omissions.
Yeah, okay. And it's being promoted by Taylor Wimpey. Are you an interest in the whole site and it's a scheme that you'd bring forward?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
But through master planning and design codes to be agreed with the council in advance of the planning application being approved?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that's fine. So part 3 deals with explicitly it's the corollary, I suppose, to part one about the development taking place on the northern part of the site. This talks about safeguarding the land between the developed part of the site and the River Roach to contribute to measures to deliver flood alleviation benefits. What's actually being expected of the developer when it talks about safeguarding it? Does that mean safeguarding it what? We're not building on it, but are you asking for anything else to be done to it, or is it just like leave it alone?
Yes, I think it's, I mean, obviously the reason justification does expand on it or seeks to clarify at this point a little bit in relation to, well, it's 11.242. I think it's just, there is works going on in terms of, there are 2 flood mitigation kind of projects, one downstream from this site, one upstream of this site, and I think so the whole kind of catchment is being considered. So it's just if there was opportunities, if the land around the river is safeguarded and every opportunity identified, then you know it might be appropriate to introduce flood management measures if considered appropriate as part of that wider kind of consideration of the catchment.
It is enough known at this stage to actually require something specific from the developer, as opposed to the inspector's question is, as opposed to the word safeguard implies, for example, don't build on that land so it's available for these future schemes.
Yeah, I think in terms of detail, that's probably something for more in relation to planning application. So I don't think there's anything detailed that we could obviously set out in the plan at this stage.
But the fundamental point is you can't build on the part of the site, and yeah, okay, and that you may or may not be required to contribute in some way to a scheme that would be primarily led by someone else. Is that right? There's not at this stage envisaged that the developers are required to.
No, it's probably more design and kind of master planning, I suppose, in terms of how you might treat that part of the site. So obviously in terms of levels and things like that, through any kind of engineering works and so on to deliver the scheme, you know, I would need to take account of, you know, the opportunities that may exist and obviously contributing to wider flood risk management. And in terms, I'll go to Taylor Wimpey in a minute, but in terms of what would actually happen to that part of the site, it's obviously within the red line, so it's not being, you're not cutting it off and saying just keep that separate. It's part of the development site, so presumably you would expect it to be landscaped in some way and possibly open green infrastructure provided. Yes, sir. But that being in the context of it also being this flood mitigation role as well. Is that the point? Yes, I think the detailed master planning could consider, you know, the treatment of that area that fulfills multiple benefit. You know, so on a normal site it would just be a green infrastructure, but there are also opportunities that exist here in relation to flood management. Okay. Yeah. Taylor Wimpey, anything on this, what this part of the policy means from your point of view?
Yes, it was just to clarify really that Taylor Wimpey have been engaging with the Environment Agency, who are looking to bring forward the flood alleviation scheme along the River Roach, and those sort of discussions have been in relation to ensuring that that sort of land is free from development, but also that the landscaping scheme, etc., includes certain species of plants, etc., that help to, you know, alleviate, you know, in terms of the flood risk. So just to clarify that they have been liaising with the Environment Agency.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So, yeah, first fundamental point, don't build on it, but it is your intention that it be part of your responsibility to provide the green infrastructure, and including on that part of the site, and presumably have some future management plan to for the longer term, but that would be done in a way that would to mitigate flood risk as well as part of the normal GI sort of functions.
Yeah, absolutely. And the landscape scheme that's been prepared has been prepared directly to, as I said, provide the kind of species that are best suited to sort of more kind of water habitats, etc.
Okay, thank you. Right. Part 4 was about having regard, originally was expressed in terms of having regard to the river valley setting in the form of the design and layout, and including in relation to materials used, which was an issue raised, I think, somewhere else on another site. I don't think it was explicitly referred to, but it is here. Anyway, but you proposed a modification to reflect some of the discussions we've previously had about referring back to the landscape character area, or a landscape character type being the
Indeed.
Pennine foothills. So that's
Indeed.
bringing that policy requirement.
Yes.
And going back to what was said about the first site, I think this morning, about what the wording was. I mean, the wording of JPG1 with regard to landscape character types is about reflecting and responding to that.
That's right.
So that's you know, it's a sort of positive approach to thinking about the design and layout.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I can't remember now, so I honestly can't remember whether you've already given us guidance about, in writing, about referring to landscape character areas in these allocation policies, or whether that's yet to come. But whichever it is, I mean, plainly we should end up with a consistent approach.
Yeah, I think we have, based on discussions we had earlier on, and it may have been about one of the early sets, I think we did suggest that it would be helpful if that's what, if you're talking about designing the site in relation to the wider landscape, you may as well refer back to what JPG1 and the particular landscape type is in the policy, which is what's been done here.
Indeed.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, interesting on this one. This refers explicitly to the use of materials. Anything anybody wishes to say about this particular clause and about what this means in terms of the design of the site? I think you may have raised this the other day in terms of the other site, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned at last Thursday's session, there is a document, a significant document called the Littleborough Town Design Statement, albeit that this allocation is within the Smithy Bridge stroke Hursted area. That town design statement would apply, is on the Littleborough Civic Trust website.
So in terms of the wording of this policy here, basically it's asking two things really, isn't it? It's talking about having regard to the wider landscape and the particular characteristics of that, and then it's talking about how you actually lay out and design this site in terms of providing green and blue infrastructure and landscaping, but also the use of materials. So is that something I mean, if you wouldn't like to see the land developed, but if it were to be developed, that's the sort of approach you'd support, is it?
Yes, correct, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anything else on the part 4? No, okay. Right, part 5 is about the historic environment. Again, this is the archaeological work that's been done and any further work. It's a fairly standard approach. It reflects there is a site-specific issue here, so it's being flagged up. Anything you want to there's been a modification, hasn't there? That was a superfluous bit, was it? The bit that's been crossed out, I think?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right, sir. No, I was just reading it through, and it's save for one or two words, it seems to be saying exactly the same thing as
as the
bit
first
that we've
sentence.
retained. Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Superabundance of enthusiasm there.
Anything anybody wants to say about archaeology? Yeah, Taylor Wimpey.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I apologise, we haven't explicitly said yet, but there is a pending application on the site that was submitted in October last year. As part of that, obviously, the archaeology work that has been undertaken to assess the site, and I just sort of wanted to confirm really that work concludes that there are no archaeological designated heritage assets on the site, and that those within the surrounding area are sort of appropriately screened from the site by the intervening built development and topography, so it's not deemed as an issue.
Thank you. Right, so let's move on then to parts 6, 7, 8 and 9.
Should we do 9?
Yeah, let's do 9 separately.
Let's do 9 separately.
Yeah,
if you don't
which is
mind,
about
sir.
what
Yeah.
this means in terms of this relief road. Let's just deal with the requirements for sort of what this site would need to do in terms of mitigating the sort of transport impacts. Now, we've talked about
everything apart from the relief road, basically.
Yeah, well, we'll come on to the relief road, but
Exactly.
yeah. In terms of the other parts, we've had the discussion about the Smithy Bridge allocation and I understand the points about the congestion in the area and the certain roads that are constrained and the alternative route to the M62 when that has to be closed, etc. So I understand all that, but I mean, if there's any specific points more local to this site, obviously you can raise them. But basically, what this is, these changes to the policy are basically doing is what's become now a standard approach, which refers to making provision for the new improved sustainable transport and highways infrastructure, having regard to what's in Appendix D, which would be added to the plan. That for this site,
It's got about two, I was going to say half a dozen necessary items.
yes,
Yeah.
and they're similar in nature, I think, to the Smithy Bridge allocation that we talked about the other day in terms of these off-site improvements that are needed to various parts of the existing road network, but also improving pedestrian,
Yes.
walking and cycling
Absolutely.
facilities.
Some are similar. There are one or two which are bespoke to the whichever allocation you're looking at. So yeah.
Okay. So you can mention any of those particular things, but I understand the structure of the policy and what's been the changes that have been made. Just in terms of the recreational value of the site it is now and the routes that cross it, the policy as drafted, as submitted, I think, talked about maintaining and enhancing pedestrian and cycle routes through the valley to local centres. So that's that's protecting the routes on the site, but also linking to.
That's still in. That's still
Yes,
in.
it's still in, yeah. And but also linking to certain places like the local centre services, public transport, notably the railway station. So that could entail making sure you link off to what you do on your landscaping, etc., to routes to the railway station.
Exactly. So make sure you lay out your site in such a way that you're facilitating rather than precluding links off-site.
And in terms of the indicative layout, master plan, indicative.
With the planning application, you mean?
No,
So
well, this was in the examination library.
Oh, that
it
one
may
there,
well
so
be
yeah.
different. It may have
Yeah.
moved on. But
Yeah.
I suppose the question I had, this seems to have the houses built over one of the rights of way across the site, which seemed an odd approach, given
Unless
what the
the path
policy
is to
seemed
be
to achieve. Do you
diverted,
want to just clarify that?
Yeah, just to clarify, that is, I think that is an out-of-date plan. Now, as I said, the application was submitted in October and has changed somewhat. However, in relation to the public right-of-way across the site, we are providing sort of a realigned route of that, and that will be subject to a separate sort of diversion application in due course. But effectively, we're proposing to redirect the route through one of the sort of the eastern green finger, as it were, that we're proposing through the site, which is and it'll sort of link back round. So we are proposing to realign that.
Seems to me there's two routes across the site. There's the bit that comes off Smithy Bridge Road. There's a public footpath that goes across that field. That field is not shown to be. Is that likely to be built on, or is that one of the areas that's going to be retained as green infrastructure?
So I think it's the same public right of way, so it kind of
It
sort
loops
of
round,
goes up
yeah,
and
but it crosses the
down.
site in two different places.
Yeah, so we'll be retaining both effectively the sort of eastern and western parts of that, and just diverting it up through the green finger. But yeah, they will be retained, and the middle part of it will just be rerouted.
Okay. Right, well, we'll see if anyone wishes to say about that. I mean, that's a matter of detail, but the policy is clear about preserving and maintaining and enhancing those routes and linking into other places in the surrounding area. In terms of those other, leaving aside the relief road, in terms of anything else about the transport that you wish to say at this stage?
No, so I think once one reads what we've written in item 8 as it is now, expanded item 8 with Appendix D, then no, I mean, it's clear.
Okay. Any contributions from others then in terms of the impact on the transport network?
If I could give the examination an example, as of only yesterday, the traffic light junction of the A58 heading in the Rochdale direction for about 100 yards becomes 2 lanes. Yesterday afternoon, Rochdale Council very quickly actually repaired a pothole, so cut it down to 1 lane. At 4:30, around approximately 4:30 yesterday afternoon, that simple pothole repair caused a queue of traffic back for about 1.5 miles into Littleborough Centre, and that's just repairing 1 pothole.
So the point being, the point you made last week, and there's an example of it, that the network is so at capacity or over capacity at the moment, and a tiny little thing can, or an incident can make it severe, what you'd call, I suppose, a very significant impact, severe impact on the transport movements. Okay. Any other points?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Move along the line.
Sorry, it was just the gentleman that was saying that we already have good transport links, and if we're looking at bus routes, that's certainly not the case. And the bus that currently comes through Smithy Road would have to travel all the way through Wardle first before going on to Rochdale. So for anybody wanting to get public transport to work, it would take an awfully long time. But I'm just reading something now that a transport assessment is noted the delivery time frame for any improvements to the site to include transport are not going to take place till 2035 to 2040, which seems an awfully long time. So forgive me if I'm wrong. Can anybody clarify if that is the case?
Okay, well, the council can pick up with these points in due course. That's from the assessment, the council's assessment, you're saying? Right, the timing of some of these, which particular improvements were dated at that time? Sorry, could you put the microphone on?
I took it to mean the amendments to the traffic lights and to bus services, junctions.
All of the things that are listed in the Appendix D, which
Yes.
you've had a chance to see. You think
Yes.
that they may not come forward until 2035 or after?
That's the information I have.
Okay, thank you. We'll
Thank
see if we can get clarification on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. The point was made about easy access to the A58, which it isn't always. The queue from the junction goes down to almost to the train lines at times. Ian made the point about how the A58 is beyond capacity now, which it is, and that's exactly why the link road is required should this go ahead. I know we will move on to the link road and the issues with it later, but as a ward councillor and somebody living within 200 metres of that junction, the impact will be severe, and that really, I can't overemphasise that point.
Okay, thank you. Taylor Wimpey.
Yeah, it was just really to confirm that in relation to the modification that we're sort of comfortable with that approach, and that allows sort of sufficient flexibility and the appropriate route to determining the exact mitigation through the transport assessments through planning applications.
Okay, thank you for that, because that's obviously something that's been added in. So, yeah, it's useful to have that perspective on it. Right, anything on what you've heard in terms of the points made about
traffic?
Yeah.
About traffic, yes, but one fully understands why the points are made. Obviously, as I was saying the other day in connection with one of the other allocations, obviously, work has been done to support the plan and to assess traffic impacts. The threshold for deciding not to make an allocation on the basis of traffic impacts is set very, very high indeed in the framework. As I said the other day, that's to say one would need there to be severe impacts. Severe means very great. The High Court has relatively recently clarified, although one would have thought it was clear anyway in the framework, that the impacts in question are from the development. They're not about the base conditions. So if the base conditions are, as local people think here, and is often thought in other cases as well, if the base conditions are perceived as being, very difficult, particularly in peak hours, congested, or one repairs a pothole and, there's a queue of traffic, etc., etc., that isn't what the framework is aimed at. The framework is aimed at seeing whether the exacerbation caused by what is proposed would cross that threshold of being severe. All the work that we've done has been to address that test in national planning policy of severe impact, and the work demonstrates, to our satisfaction, we'll wait and see whether to your satisfaction, that there wouldn't be severe impacts on the basis of the list of potential schemes which are set out in our Appendix D. So all of this is being looked at. I mean, to be quite frank, you just get into a position where, totally understandably, there are just different views held on this. We've done our work. We've come to a certain conclusion. Local people, entirely understandably, feel differently. But, we have actually looked into all of this, and the work has come up with the results that you've seen.
Okay, yes, position's understood. So, you know, it's something we'll have to give it, you know, some further thought to. On this one, there is a particular dimension, though, we do need to pick up on, is this relief road. And I think my understanding of this is, well, first of all, this road would go from Smithy Bridge Lane or Road, I can't remember which it is. But anyway, from the bit where this site actually fronts the road, it would cross the allocation. It would then continue for about a mile, a kilometre and a half, something like that, to the A, whatever it is, I can't remember what it's called now, but that goes north-south. That's right, isn't it? This link road, if it were to be provided. A664 Albert Royd Street. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I know, I got the geography of it. So, and that you described the other day, and that's about providing an alternative route to the A58 for these east-west movements, and it just disperses the traffic a bit more, so you get a bit less sort of pressure on the pinch points, etc. Understood. But I think what I'm reading is that this plan is not proposing that relief road. Is that correct?
That's right. So if we just look at item number 9, we perhaps need to use the latest version, so to speak, GMCA 51, just to see the changes that have come about in relation to this item. I mean, as I understand it, locally, and if I use the word politically with a small p, politically, there's it's seen that the residential relief road is a significant piece of infrastructure, but the hard question, if you like, for the plan is it a necessary piece of infrastructure, necessary in the strict sense that it's used in planning, in order for this allocation to be a sound allocation, and it isn't, because our work in Appendix D shows this as a supporting piece of infrastructure rather than a necessary piece of infrastructure. In other words, the allocation that's proposed can perfectly well come forward without, and it isn't just the section of the relief road on the site itself. I mean, if the relief road was necessary in order to support the allocation, you'd have to think about the entirety of the route. And as I understand it, there's a missing element in the middle, so to speak, which isn't currently being brought forward. So doubtless in the fullness of time, or one hopes in the fullness of time, it would happen. But the question for the plan is it a necessary piece of infrastructure in order to support the allocation being made? And the answer from the work that we've done is no, it isn't. And so therefore, in terms of the plan, I'll come to the planning application. I'll come to the planning application separately in a few moments' time. But in terms of the plan and the allocation, we have, and this is in discussion with me and on my advice, we've changed the wording so that the allocation would simply indicate that the layout of the scheme should be designed in a way so as not to preclude the delivery of the relief road. In other words, don't do anything which would stand in the way of the relief road if, as and when in the fullness of time it comes forward, as opposed to requiring the layout to actually provide their section of the relief road, because it isn't a necessary piece of infrastructure in the way in which the tests work. That's to say, necessary in the sense that without it, one should be refusing a planning application. As it happens, the planning application that's been made, which was registered, was made in October, but was registered in November of last year, which I think is for 199 units, so certainly around 200, does indeed include the section of the relief road on the application side. That's the route which the planning application is taking. But in terms of the allocation, we have to ask ourselves that tough question, if you like, which is that actually necessary? Because when I saw this here, layout as it was originally, so designed in a way to deliver, part of the relief road, you think, well, how does that pass the necessity test? That's the question the exam question I set the team, and the answer that came back is, well, it's obvious from Appendix D, because it's not in the necessary list of infrastructure. That's not to say it won't be a perfectly nice thing to have. It's not to say it won't have wider public benefits, not to say it won't provide relief to the A road, etc., etc. It will do all of those things, but the question for the plan is, do we have to insist on it in order to make the allocation?
Okay, understood. So the policy as revised would be flexible enough to allow a number of different ways that you could comply with it. One would be to access the development with a road and the development's laid out that would be separate, completely separate to any future relief road, and but leaving space within this allocation for that relief road then to be built presumably to the south of the new development and the road serving that development. That would fit with the policy.
That would fit with the policy.
Yeah. The alternative would be the road that you build to serve this spine road to serve this development could actually be turned into this relief road.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So either of those things. If it were the latter, this came up with another allegation, I think, about a possible extension to a spine road that could access, become a relief road. The standard of the road may differ, mightn't it, if it was serving just the development or it was going to become this relief road. But again, that would be something that would just be left to the application stage and determined. There's different ways you could do it. One, you could just build a road right from the start to that standard, or you could build it to a lower standard but allow for it to be widened or whatever else needed to be done.
Yes, I think the point you've raised is, and the language, to be frank, looking at it again, would need a little bit of revision, because at the back end of item 9, we haven't really caught up with the amendments made to the first sentence of item 9, so this proposed new road would need to incorporate them, and that's the residential relief road, if as and when it happens. And so one would need to have it so that what you're not precluding is a residential relief road, including attractive, high-quality pedestrian and cycle routes. That's the intention, which is meant to be covered there. But you're right, though, it's a point that you raised.
So the policy would allow all three different scenarios, in effect, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
That the road, just leave space for the road to be built, that you build a road that actually does it for this part, or you build a road that can then be adapted to become that thing.
Exactly.
Right.
So you're leaving all those options on the table.
Yeah.
As I say, if we had the evidence to demonstrate that this was necessary in order to support the allocation, we'd be where we were originally, but we haven't, and so therefore that's why the amendment's there.
Okay. And you've already addressed the point I was going to ask. The second sentence of part 9 needs to be changed, doesn't it?
It certainly needs to be changed, yes.
Unless it's talking about, actually, well, it could be talking about the relief road, or it could be talking about the roads within the development site, or both.
It's in the paragraph which deals with the relief road, so it's talking about the relief road.
Right. Before I come on to any views about this, I've got the basic point that you want the relief road. If you're going to have this development, you need the relief road. But come on to anything. But just before we do, I may as well get Taylor Wimpey just to say, and then you'll understand the picture from this side more clearly.
Thank you. Yeah. Firstly, just to say that we agree with the proposed modification. We had previously requested a similar, if not the same, modification, so we're pleased that has been taken on board. And just to kind of, sort of reiterate, really, as has already been said, the current scheme has been designed to incorporate that sort of first part of the relief road, partly because access would be taken for Smithy Bridge Road anyway, and so it was considered that in order to ensure the standard of the road is for the future relief road is met from the get-go, that sort of decision was made that Taylor Wimpey would be committed to providing that, given that it is a real high priority for the council. And just to sort of reiterate the position on, in terms of the need for the relief road and the dependency of the scheme on it, we've made clear throughout the planning submission that the scheme is not reliant upon the full relief road being brought forward, both in sort of planning and highways terms. So that's through the application and in particular the transport assessment as part of that.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Yes.
Sorry, could I? Vanessa Eggleston from iTransport, representing Taylor Wimpey. I just also wanted to add that within the application documents, as well as showing that we're not precluding the delivery of the relief road, we have also presented some analysis which demonstrates we're not reliant on it, and also that the standard of access that's being proposed for the site could accommodate the additional traffic that would be created along that route once the relief road is completed and is in place.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, okay, understood. So any views? Councillor Taylor, do you want to start?
Thank you. In my view, and indeed the local view, is the relief road is absolutely necessary for this to be a viable proposition. It's interesting that Taylor Wimpey say it's a high priority for the council, which it is, and it's a high priority for a reason, because it's required. We've spoke about congestion within the area, so I won't touch on that, but there is another point that hasn't been mentioned. This site runs from Smitherbridge Road along the A58, if you like, as far as George Street, and that's where the relief road will be built by Taylor Wimpey, if it gets to go ahead. We say that's the road to nowhere, because unless that's continued beyond George Street to Albert Royd Street, it simply can't be used by anybody other than a cul-de-sac. Our view is if the valley is to be built upon, it needs to start from the Albert Royd Street end so that any traffic can go out onto Albert Royd Street without clogging up the A58 anymore, and you work back towards Smitherbridge Road. It's going to take many, many years if we do it the other way, if ever, for these sites to reach Smitherbridge Road. For a relief road to be effective, you must start at the other end, and that way we believe it would be viable.
So when you say that you'd build the road from the Albert Royd end, the western end,
yes.
So you would not allow this development to take place until the road's been built, well, across the whole of the valley, in essence.
Yes. So living there, seeing what goes on, speaking to people, it's starting at the wrong end. Basically, it needs to start at Albert Royd Street and work back towards Smitherbridge Road.
But when you talk about, but presumably what you're saying is that the whole road needs to be in place before this development takes place.
Yes.
And if that's the fundamental point, it doesn't actually matter how you do the engineering work.
That's right.
It needs to the two dots need to be joined up.
Yes, saying. Absolutely. And I've
before
raised
the houses are built.
I have raised this with Taylor Wimpey myself as well, so it isn't a surprise to them.
Yeah, understood. Okay, well, I mean, yes, understood the positions that the council and Taylor Wimpey say. They've done the assessments. They say it isn't needed. Understand, you've all made very clearly both today and in other days, the time when you were here, about the problems that exist on the existing network, which I understand. So yeah, we'll have to take it away and think about it. But in terms of this detailed wording, I think we understand, what this is intended to do. So anything else on transport that anybody wishes to make before we move on just to the final final three parts of the policy, that all of which have been added, actually, I think, haven't they? No, one of them has been changed. Anyway, one is making the usual thing about contributions for school places.
Indeed.
Which is a Rochdale approach. Mm-hmm. Put it in, Oldham, different approach. We'll have to come to a view about this. Where it's the same generic thing, but anyway, so understood. So the basic point is there's a general policy that the developer would have to provide contributions for the schools, but nothing specific on site. It's not one of those cases where you're providing a new primary school or an extension to school on the site. Right. Then we've got the additional one about the South Pennine Moors, which is the HRA recommendation.
That's right, sir.
Understood, and then the mineral safeguarding area. Indeed. Right, so that's
us.
That's us. That's all the parts of the policy. There's not a need for a policy. Any other issues? Anything particular about ecology? Just may as well head that off before it's raised again. From the evidence that you've got, you're satisfied there isn't any particular requirement.
That's right.
That needs to be added in here. That's not to say that at an application stage, further detail work would be expected in line with national policy and thematic policies. Okay. CPRA and any other points? Any other points about this site, really?
That was the point I was going to make, because whilst ecology is being raised under green and blue infrastructure with regards to the landscape, arguably it's not been covered in itself. And I did have a quick look at the application document and the ecological assessment, where it does note the existence of lowland fen within a kilometre of the site, but it doesn't actually mention that it is actually on the site, so there may be an issue there.
Okay, noted. Any other final points about this particular application, this particular allocation? Sorry, not application. Yes.
Are we on viability?
We'll come on to that, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Later.
Thank you. I hadn't forgotten. Anything further about the requirements? No, okay. Let's move on to viability then.
Right, I need to say a few words about this, sir.
Yeah, it seemed to... Yes, do you say? Just clarify what evidence there is.
Right. Well, this is a site that, in terms of viability, which wasn't assessed by Three Dragons as part of their overall work, and the reason for that was because of a planning application which was so can you just give me one moment? I'm just checking my note on one particular point. Yes, because of a planning application which was then in the system, and as viability was being considered through the planning application process, it was Three Dragons were advised they needn't include the site in their work. What's happened is that there was a planning application lodged in 2019, which is the application I've just referred to, which included viability work. And that application was withdrawn in January of this year as a result of the new application having been made, which was validated in November of last year. I think the original application was for 200 units, and the one that's been validated now is for 199. And in each case, there's viability work. So I'll just inform you, sir, on the public record as to that position. It was at my request. We've actually asked Three Dragons just to see how, if they had applied all their standard approaches, etc., 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 how this site would fare. And if you're at all interested in that, I can advise you as to that. But we have a site promoter who's, here represented, not just promoting the site, but actually, one of the biggest house builders there is, here promoting the site. And patently, as far as they're concerned, and as far as we're concerned, this is a site which is perfectly deliverable. But that's the reason why you would search in vain for a reference to this in the viability work on the part of Three Dragons, because there was whether this is the right or the wrong approach to adopt at the time, but they were advised not to. There was no need for them to include it because the planning application itself contained bespoke viability work in relation to the site.
Certainly on other allocations, we've had the Three Dragons work, and we've also had separate.
Exactly.
We've had
Absolutely.
Sorry, you said that you've advised the council or the GMCA to ask Three Dragons to apply their standard approach to the site. Has that work been done then? Well, as it's been done, you may as well tell me what it revealed, rather than leave us.
Well, it's been done, and it's been done replicating exactly the process that they did in the past, as opposed to looking, for example, at current values, which are even higher than the values which they assessed in the past. And basically, it's a Cat 2 site on that basis. But that's Category 2, so that's viable. Unsurprisingly, as we've got promoters here who are keen to bring the site forward. So there you are. That's the position. But to be quite frank, I think this is all. The difficulty with this is they're seeking to place the site into the system as it would have been placed in the system at the time.
Understood.
Yes,
and in terms of value, the development value, which category does this one fall in terms of the points you've made? Which market area?
This is value area 3 as well. A similar point I made in relation to the site last week, really. Obviously, that's a big ward that covers a wide diversity of house types. It's considered that this would be, given its location and proximity to the station, would realise higher values potentially than the wider ward.
And it's a greenfield site, but in terms of the costs, there's quite a lot of transport mitigations that may be needed to be provided, and they've been factored in by Three Dragons in the same way as they've done elsewhere.
That's right, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I'll come on to your comments in a minute, but just Taylor Wimpey, do you want to just say, I think I can guess what you're going to say, but say it.
Yeah, it's just to say, obviously, Taylor Wimpey, we're here. We've invested a significant amount of time and resource over the last 5, 6, probably more years to ensure that the much-needed delivery of housing is brought forward on the site. we've had extensive discussions with the council, particularly over the last couple of years, in terms of this revised application that was submitted last year. And, you know, the application is progressing really positively through the determination process, and subject to planning permission being granted this year, Taylor Wimpey are intended to start on site in 2024 with a completion date at around 2028, 2029. So I thought that was just sort of important context that, you know, they're fully invested in the delivery of this site.
And is that, you've done your own assessment, that's obviously, you do that for commercial reasons, obviously. Is that... Oh.
It's almost lunchtime.
Yeah, sorry, what was I going to say? Yeah, in terms of that assessment, does it include meeting all of the plan's policy requirements?
Yes, that's correct. So it currently shows that we could provide policy compliant contributions to education and outdoor sport and recreation. Obviously it's currently going through the third party review process in relation to affordable housing in line with the adopted core strategy policy. That sort of contribution is being negotiated through the viability process to understand how much can be contributed in relation to that.
Right, so is that because it's particularly Rochdale, therefore you have to do this every time because you have to work out the gross development value and therefore you work out the number of affordable homes? Or is that because you don't think you could meet the sort of...
Can I just say something? So don't forget their application includes providing a large section of the relief road.
Yes, so that's an
Whereas
addition.
under the policy under the allocation, that would not be a necessary requirement. So there's a cost in the relief road, which, as I understand it, is to an extent being traded off against the affordable housing in the application, but that's not the approach of the allocation.
Okay.
It may well be that one thing overtakes the other, obviously, but we're here discussing the plan.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But in terms of the affordable housing, the process that you're going through, is that because of the particular nature of Rochdale's policy that you have to do, you have to assess it based on the value?
It is, but it's also taken into account the significant development costs.
Okay. Okay, well, I suppose, yes, in terms of the policy, the policies are what they are. They require these requirements to be met, including the affordable housing in line with local requirements, but the process that you go through is that negotiation at the time.
There's no doubt if you have tarmac, you'll have less affordable housing, and if you don't have tarmac, you'll have more affordable housing. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Right. Comments on viability. I'll start this end and we'll work along.
I'm just amazed to hear that we're now presented with, well, we're not presented with a new document, but there is a new document somewhere to talk about viability which has been done. And, you know, why that hasn't been sort of put before yourselves before today. So very disappointed with that, should I say.
Sorry, is this the work that the Three Dragons have been asked to do?
Yeah, because surely that should have been presented before today. I mean, we've had the GMCA, again, on other days, complaining that we're raising points from this side of the table that, you know, haven't been put in before now, or, you know, they haven't had a chance to consider. So, you know, we've not had a chance to consider this.
Forgive me, I'm not relying on that work. I'll just explain the process factually, that the site wasn't looked at by Three Dragons because there's an application at the time which included a full viability assessment. I'm not seeking to put any further documents in. I just mentioned that I'd asked for a check to be done, but we're relying, for the sake of this plan, we're relying on the fact that the site has got promoters who well know what they're doing, who will deliver the site if the allocation's made and the planning application is granted, because you only look at viability to ensure that you've got real sites that really would come forward in the real world. You don't look at viability just for the sake of looking at a bunch of numbers. You look at it for a reason, and the reason is to see whether the site is actually likely to be delivered. Well, the best evidence here of that is sitting opposite me.
Okay, well, I understand the point you've made. We'll have a think whether we want to have that update that's been done by Three Dragons. We'll ask for it if we want to, and obviously if it is, it'll be available for others to look at. So,
I mean, just in terms of, I mean, you've mentioned on previous days and probably today as well about the plan itself. You're dealing with the plan as it stands, and it almost sounds like we're adding bits on here, and it's been mentioned earlier on about, we're not talking about the planning process here, and yet we're relying on planning documents when we're talking about viability. I mean, I've tried to look on the Rochdale Council website for the viability assessment for the site that's been done by Taylor Wimpey. I mean, I could vaguely understand the ones that have been done by Three Dragons because I was slightly familiar with the layout of them, but because I'm not familiar with this, I can't decide whether it's a viable site or not. I'm now told it's in category 2, but I don't know whether to believe that. Sorry.
And so what's your fundamental point about viability then? Is it that if the site's not viable or if there's doubts about it, it shouldn't be allocated for that reason? Or are you concerned that what might happen is that a form of development takes place that doesn't actually deliver everything that the plan's asking it to?
All those things.
Which reminds me, you raised a query this morning. I don't know if Rochdale Council have had a chance to... You picked up what you saw as an anomaly between the approach to two different allocations in terms of how they factored in the affordable housing cost. Did you have a chance in your short break, or do you want to come back to us later?
We've gone back to Three Dragons to ask. We understand the gentleman's point in terms of the layout of the schedules for the two sites. The allocation we were discussing this morning and a previous allocation we discussed previously. So we've gone back to Three Dragons just to understand why the two schedules are different, if you like, one including a specific amount of affordable housing and the other not in the two Rochdale cases.
Okay. Well, I think if you could let the programme officers know when you've had a response and and the broad nature of that, and then we'll decide how best to make that publicly available, in what sort of form it would be best to explain that thing. Okay, so understand the concerns about viability, and sorry, if there is a trade-off process that has to take place in terms of transport infrastructure improvements, affordable home provision, etc., what's the concern that you have in terms of the priorities? Or is it the fact that you think that if a site like this is to be developed at all, it's got to meet every requirement, otherwise it's just not acceptable?
Yeah, I think that's the case. I mean, we've already heard from local council and local people. I don't live in the area exactly, but it sounds to me, I have driven along Smithy Bridge Road on a number of occasions and on Halifax Road, so I do know the area slightly. So, the concern is that if you don't build this relief road fully, then it will cause traffic chaos. And, technically the viability of the site is reliant on that.
Okay, thank you. Right, Tracy Fennell.
Thank you. I'm just listening to everybody here, and nobody's mentioned the fact that this is a Class 1 radon area. And making an assumption from that certain adaptations had to be made to the houses to prevent it being a health threat, and surely that would have some impact on the viability because that's going to increase build costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that particular point? Is that an issue you're aware of?
I'm not aware of that issue.
No, okay. Right, anything from the council on viability before we move on?
No, sir, thank you.
No, okay. Any other final points about this allocation before we finish there? No, okay, well, thank you for your contributions. Again, as the other day, well informed, and, you brought some good local knowledge, so that's very helpful, thank you. So what we'll do now, it is 1 o'clock, we'll have a normal lunch break for an hour, until 2 o'clock, or an hour and 3 minutes. And then we will resume on the final allocation that we're talking about today, which is JPA 25. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock, so we will resume and move on to the final allocation that we're talking about today, which is JPA 25 Trowes Farm. I don't think I've got any. There is an indicative master plan for this site in the examination library. So I've got that, and there's an aerial photo site visit map that's we might need to refer to. And obviously we've had the proposed changes, which were GMCA 52. So presumably you've got those, yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, do you want to give us a brief introduction, and then we'll go on to the agenda items.
Thank you, sir. So this is another one of the protected open land sites, so not green belt. So it gets through in that way before we then start thinking about green belt sites. It's close to the centre of Castleton, range of local services, close to the railway station, good access to the A664 bus corridor, would provide again, higher value housing. We've already had this discussion several times over, as you know, sir, in Rochdale. And it is considered to be a site which would contribute to the regeneration of the area. There are particular issues, obviously, in relation to the prominence of the site, its visibility, topography, contours, in relation to landscaping matters. We consider those can be satisfactorily addressed through having the right criteria in the policy and through the detail of a planning application in due course. So we consider this to be a sound allocation.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's just then look at the first issue about the broad location of where this is. You've referred to it being close to the centre of Castleton train station, bus services. It's contained by residential properties to the west, industrial estate to the north, and motorways to the east and south. So that's its surroundings. In terms of its prominence, you refer to the topography. It's obviously quite it's a steeply sloping site, but it's also an undulating site, isn't it? In terms of its prominence, where is it visible from primarily? What's the sort of issue in terms of where it will be seen from? Is it the motorways or is it further afield?
I think it's mainly the motorway network, and when you're coming from there, and maybe on the land on the other side of the motorway. But yeah, principally it's the motorways, and that's obviously, I think, referenced in relation to the policy. Okay, there is quite a lot of vegetation, isn't there, alongside the motorways, particularly to the south, between the motorway and the south, yes,
and the southern boundary. And on the eastern side, the motorway it's where there's landscaping in the middle of the motorway, isn't it, between the carriageways or the slip roads? Is it the carriageways or the slip roads? I was looking at the technical report that was done, and it's kind of referring to the fact that it's quite well screened actually from the motorways when you're actually there. Is that, I don't know if you share that assessment or not, but well, maybe go to.
I think it's kind of visible. I think it's because it sits high up from the motorway, so when you can see it, there is some slope. I mean, it's not, in terms of long distance views, I suppose it's just more because it is slightly elevated, that part of Castleton. But yeah, I mean, in terms of views quite close in, there may be some screening around the edges, I think, yeah.
And in terms of the sort of earthworks that we needed, again, looking at the technical report, it seems to be saying that you need to be moving some earth around to sort of reduce some of the lumps and fill in some of the hollows and things like that. But broadly, you'll have this sort of slope down from the north and a slope from east to west as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's how I understand it, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be more, yeah.
Okay. Right, okay. Fine. Any comments that people wish to make about the sort of broad location of this site, whether it's suitably located for development? Yes. I'll call you GLP, so we for short.
Yes, you can do, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Probably just to reiterate, really, that yes, we consider this a highly sustainable site in a suitable location. I think you've already gone through how it's well contained and related to existing residential development. And yeah, looking at the sort of broader aspirations for Castleton, I think there's reference in, it relates mainly to Castleton Station and SPD, the council prepared, but very much saying how Castleton has potential and opportunities to really sort of diversify its housing market, and we firmly believe that this site can greatly assist with that. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, it's 550 is the indicative number of homes. Obviously, that would be confirmed or whatever, assessed through the master planning process. But it's based on some initial assessments and master planning that's been done, and that's that was the indicative plan that was done, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, I suppose now. But
yeah, it's probably a little bit dated that, but yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Right. Yeah, CPRE.
Hi, yeah. CPRE has been contacted by local people who use the area for horse riding. So our main reason for not wanting this greenfield land to be developed was relating to its use for grazing and purpose for horse riding.
Are there any bridleways on the site, or is it the existing farm buildings on or near the site that have horses?
No, I don't think there's public access, but there's an equestrian centre that is on the site.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually, sorry, it relates to Trowes Farm itself.
Sorry, and there's 2 farms. I'm just looking at the aerial photograph that I've got. There's a farm, what it looks to be a farm, in the site, in the allocation, in the sort of southwest corner of the allocation. And then there's another group of buildings that are not within the allocation.
Sorry, the properties to the west, north of the pond.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Do you want to say anything about the current use and the horses?
Yeah, I did ask the landowner for clarity on that point, and they said that the horse riding business closed a number of years ago, and wasn't currently aware that that there was any use of a horse riding sort of use by members of the public there.
So there was a horse riding business at Trowes Farm.
When I asked them,
a number of years ago.
Well, they didn't call it a business. They said that I think the owners of the farm had horses there, and possibly some people that they knew maybe rode their horses there. They didn't describe it to me as a business, and they did say it closed a number of years ago.
Okay, and just to be clear, Trowes Farm is the buildings that were within the allocation.
Yes, the ones just in the southern part. Is that sorry? Yes.
Yeah. Because there's some other buildings that are excluded from the allocation, just to the east of those.
Yeah, I must admit I'm not 100% sure where the area that's being referred to as the horse riding business is located, but as I say, the landowner said that ceased a number of years ago.
And there don't appear to be any rights of way that actually cross the site, although they run along the northern and the eastern, the western boundaries of the site.
They run along the boundaries, yes, that's correct.
But they're footpaths, not bridleways.
Yes, I don't think the northern one's a bridleway. No, I don't think it is a bridleway, no.
Okay, right. Anything else you want to say from the council's point of view about the location or that issue about horses? No, okay. Right, so we'll move on to the actual wording of the policy and the proposed changes to it. So the first one is the usual approach, specifying the broad scale of development that's envisaged, 550 in this instance, of mix of house types, including higher value. Slightly different wording, but it might reflect the scale of the development, but also clarification through the change that the affordable housing would be required.
Indeed. In accordance with the local policy.
Yeah. Do you want to comment on that?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it was just, as I say, that was a new addition, the requirement to provide affordable housing. I think when we first saw it, we were suggesting that could subject to viability be put there, but then when you refer back to the core strategy policy, it allows for that in there. I think it says some of the things that are considered are the need to deliver other planning objectives that could have a higher priority and economic viability. So I think the links I think we're happy that the link's there to allow for that.
With the reference to local plan requirements being that.
Yes, having that
Okay.
flexibility once you go back to that policy to allow that assessment to take place.
Understood. Okay. Right, unless there's anything else on the first point, the second one is about the approach to master planning design codes. The question you can probably envisage, I'm going to say, is there a need for a phasing and implementation strategy?
No, again, as earlier on today, we don't consider there is on this one. So.
And from the GLP's point of view, the way that you'd envisage this being brought forward, there's one primary source of access, isn't there? Only one. There's one. It's basically the road from the industrial estate will get extended into this. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would
yeah.
serve the whole of the 550.
Yes, it would. Yeah, with emergency access only along emergency access, pedestrian and cycle along Trowse Lane to the bottom.
Yeah, okay.
But vehicular would be from the north. Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of it being there would be a master plan, but it would just continue through. There's no need to coordinate the sort of the phasing of it in any way, no.
No. There is a pending application in at the moment, and there is Barrett and David Wilson have got sort of parts of it, but they're one and the same. So no need for specific phasing. I think we question the need for design codes, given a single developer was bringing it forward. But it was just a point that we're happy to sort of do the comprehensive master plan.
Yeah. I don't know if I asked this before or not, but the relationship between the design codes and the master planning, I mean, the master planning is being described as something that is done primarily by the developer, but in discussion with the authority, and the idea is that you secure a kind of comprehensive master plan to show how the whole site will be developed before you start approving individual applications for part of it. Understood. Where the design code fits into that, I'm not quite sure. But I don't know, do you want to just comment on that, how you see the master plan design code
fitting in what way? So forgive me. I mean,
with each other? Is there a sequence of the design code
I see.
And master plan?
You would normally expect, the master plan and the design code are usually treated as separate pieces of work, separate documents, if you like. And I mean, much would depend really on the nature of the planning application that was being made. So a design code, for example, for an outline application would seek to specify ranges of matters which would need to be addressed when the details are brought forward. If you have a full application, then it's a bit different, really, isn't it? So, I'm not sure that I particularly see forgive me, I'm being a bit dense.
No, okay, I think I understand. So there's the need for the comprehensive master plan, and then what you then need in terms of design codes, and it depends partly on the way that the applications are then put forward through outlines or full.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the master plan is the first thing you really need.
It would be hard to have a design code without having worked out what your master plan is, although, usually, it's just a matter of experience. I mean, generally, as a matter of experience, you find master plans and design codes being submitted alongside each other, because the person who's thought through the master plan has also thought through the design code.
Yeah. Okay.
So you wouldn't expect them to be sequential. You wouldn't, as long as you've got them before you start
the application process.
Exactly.
Determining the application.
Determining applications. That's the key.
Okay, unless there's anything else on the design and master planning, I'll move on to the transport. So there were 3 requirements, one of which would go because it's a totally generic thing about electric vehicle charging, and the other 2 would be combined in the form of sort of wording that's become standardised and the reference to Appendix D.
Yep.
In this instance, we have
3 items.
A number of items that are necessary in terms of off-site highway improvements.
Yeah, signalisation.
Okay, yeah. But the reference in the policy to facilitating safe and attractive walking and cycling routes to the centre of Castleton and the railway station, those being key things that you want the design of the layout to be able to link to.
That's right, sir.
Right. So in practical terms, once you get off the site here, where would those links run? Would it be down the main industrial estate road or the public footpath? Would that provide links?
In terms of centre, there's kind of... Sorry.
That's all right, don't worry.
Obviously, the kind of current access points, if you like, I suppose, feed down Hillcrest Road, and then obviously we've got some to the south at Trowse, and then some that feed through onto Leander Drive. So I mean, obviously there are points of access around the site that would facilitate good access into both the centre and the railway station. So it's assuming that it's kind of again linked to the master planning point really, just to ensure that the layout of the scheme recognises those key access points and facilitates safe and convenient access for the residents.
So through the residential areas to the west?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, do you want to comment on access and accessibility issues?
I mean, we're just talking about pedestrian and cycling access via those routes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only vehicle access is through the industrial estate road that would be extended south onto the site. That's right. GLP.
Thank you, sir. It was just to reiterate that, yeah, we're supportive of the terminology facilitating. I think it's been brought up on other allocations that there's only so much you can do in terms of connecting to local centres, etc. So, yeah, we take that on board, that we can do what we can to facilitate those, but not necessarily provide a new link to Castleton Town Centre as such.
No, so it's primarily about what you do on the site and
Yes.
how you link the where people actually live on the site to the once you get off the site onto the existing roads and footpaths.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Are we coming on to other transport points after, sorry?
No, we'll pick up any transport points because there's obviously the list that's been put into Appendix D, which you may have any comments on.
I think it was to echo what was said on the earlier allocation, that we're supportive of the fact that when you link back to, is it JP
C7.
policy C7, that it allows you to, at the planning application stage, to go through the process of your transport assessment, do the necessary assessments, and that then will sort of help sort of fully establish, you know, what mitigation are required. So yeah, just supportive of that link to using the TA as a means at the application stage of determining the mitigation necessary.
And one of the necessary mitigations is about off-site pedestrian and cycle improvements, specifically on Hillcrest Road, which was Mr. Poole referred to.
Yes, yeah. And as part of the current application, there is a contribution, I think, that's likely to be given to, I think it's the B network that runs along Cripplegate and Hillcrest. So, yeah, that's already sort of being taken into account.
Okay. So any other comments on the transport and access arrangements that you wish to make?
No, I don't think so, sir, unless something comes up that we need to respond to. Thank you.
Oh, in terms of the sort of layout, and I think I've asked about this. This is quite a large site. I suppose there's the opportunity to provide bus services into the site. Is there, or is it not likely? Is that not likely to be the case? You're more likely to look to just providing walking routes to existing bus stops.
I think in this instance it's more likely to be routes to points where people can access public transport, given that I think in terms of bus service, the main bus service is to the west, down Manchester Road, which is a kind of high frequency bus route. So I think that's the base of the policy, is to try and facilitate, you know, good, convenient access to those facilities, because Castleton itself is, as we discussed previously, extremely well connected to a range of public transport modes.
Okay, so unlikely to be looking to get bus services into this site. It's not large enough, or it's not in the right place to make that viable.
I think, yeah, I mean, it's not picked up obviously in terms of a necessary, and maybe given like I say where the main bus routes go at present, they are more to the west.
Okay, and supporting this M62 junction 20, that's potentially an expensive scheme, I guess, but it's a supporting one, so it's not deemed as being necessary at this stage.
Exactly.
But if at the time that the application has been determined and it's the assessment then is that this junction upgrade is needed, there could be a proportionate contribution from this development.
If one ends up in that situation, yes, but that's not what the evidence is showing at the moment. But yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. On transport and access.
Just in terms of bus routes, there is a bus route along Queensway. It's only an hourly service, which could go into the site potentially.
Sorry, where's Queensway, to the north?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you would come in and out of the site via vehicles. So that is a potential possibility there. that could be presumably increased in frequency, if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on access and transport before we move on? Yep.
Just in terms of the one road in and out through the industrial estate, which seems quite a bad route to me to get it into.
In what way?
Well, just in terms of like a nice way to get into a new housing development. It just doesn't seem very appropriate. But having said that, up the western side of the proposed development, there is a high pressure gas main. And I know any building work that would take place would not go over that because you can't build over high pressure gas main. But if I could just ask Mr. Poole from Rochdale Council, whereabouts does that gas main go to when it comes to the top of the hill, as it were, on the northern edge? Does it carry on over and down Camtop Road? Because I think that's important in terms of accessing the site long term via vehicles. If you can build a road over the high pressure gas main, but if that's your only way in and out, and that at any time has to be repaired or replaced or something, then you've totally removed your access via vehicles to the site. So
the point being that there is a gas main that runs up the western side of the site. The development can be kept away from, would have to be kept away from it.
It will be.
But
yeah.
You're saying that if you extend the industrial estate road,
well,
you're asking whether wouldn't it have to cross that pipeline?
Well, my understanding is that the pipeline goes up the west and gets to the top of the hill and meets the current road that's there. Hillcrest Road to the left, Camtop Road straight on, and I think the gas main goes straight down, but I'm not sure. So if that's the case, your one way in and out of this new site would be blocked if you have to dig the gas main up. And you'd be stuck with only the emergency exit onto Trowse Lane.
Okay, a detailed point, but yes, is it one that you can respond to?
I mean, just in terms of, obviously that's the point of an emergency access, I would, in some respects, but in the case that it's completely blocked, but I'm not aware that it's a significant constraint. I mean, we're aware of it through the site. I would imagine it's the type of thing that happens quite a lot. I'm not whether the site promoter have got any further detail on where the gas main goes after that, but I'm not aware that it's an issue. And obviously we've got the estate to the north as well.
Do you want to just clarify your colleague to the left?
Yeah. So it is possible
Mr.
to build.
Wood, isn't it? Sorry.
It is possible to build over high pressure gas mains, subject to legislation, and then the repair of that would also be subject to separate traffic management legislation, which requires maintenance of access at all times. So in that instance, access would be maintained.
Okay, so the road may well cross the gas main, is what you're saying, but that isn't unusual, and there are procedures to deal with that eventuality. Okay, understood. Thank you. Right, unless there's anything else on transport and access, I'll move on to the next part of the policy, which is about design again, and this is referring to the topography, using the topography and contours within the site to deliver a well-designed scheme, which incorporates good quality green and blue infrastructure in regard to biodiversity and green space corridors. This green and blue is always referred to on sites. It seems to be the phrase. Are there any water features on this site? I know there's ponds to the south of the site, I can see from the photographs. But is blue infrastructure something that would be created?
I think it's when it says, as it commonly does in these allocations, good quality green and blue infrastructure. If there's some on the site, you'd seek to exploit those or make more of those. But if you haven't got, for example, blue infrastructure on the site, then the idea is that your good quality design will include some blue infrastructure. So, in other words,
that's a deliberate intention, is it? That's what I was checking. I think, rather than it just being a standard phrase that we throw in every time. Okay.
No, I think it's it is a standard phrase, but it's a standard phrase which fits a whole range of, well, not a whole range. There are a couple of possibilities, aren't there? One is you've got something there at the moment, you can make more of it, or you haven't, in which case you introduce it.
Okay.
So that's the intention, as I understand it. By the way, while we're on 6, I think the thought just occurs to me, you've also got 9 about the prominent position, and of course we've already looked at the master plan requirement, whether ideally you would put 6 and 9 together and, add them to the end of the master plan, because obviously in seeking to master plan the site, you'll be seeking to ensure that you do this, you have a well-designed scheme, good quality green and blue infrastructure, etc., and, bear in mind this point about the prominence of the site. Whether that's a soundness point, I don't suppose it is, but it's just that at the moment you've got 2 things about layout which are separated by archaeology in the current way in which the policy is laid out.
Yes, I picked up that link actually between 6 and 9, and potentially, I suppose, with master planning as well. But in practical terms, what using the topography and contours within the site means, whether the phrase is quite right, but it's basically recognising that it's a sloping site, and you need to deal with that in a way that is a positive outcome rather than a negative outcome. Is essentially anything GLP want to say about the sort of initial, you can't tell from the layout particularly that it reflects any topography, but I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but, what's any initial thoughts on that?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just that the full application that is currently pending does have sort of landscape appraisals in there that does look at the use of topography. I think, as you've already said, there is going to be some sort of earthworks that are needed for the site, so the topography will change, but the necessary assessments to make sure there sort of isn't visual intrusions, those sorts of things, will be done as part of a detailed application.
Okay, well, we'll have a think about this issue about, bringing together the sort of design, layout, landscaping type things, and whether. But it seems to be what's been identified is that because of the topography and the slope and its prominence, there is an issue that needs addressing, and they're key features, design features. Okay, anything? Yeah, in terms of landscaping and prominence and design.
More to do with the ecology of the site, realistically. If that's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
In the preliminary ecology assessment, it mentions the potential to support roosting and foraging bats, amphibians and badgers, and also that its priority type habitats of ponds, species-rich grassland, woodland and trees. So just to note that, please. So,
yeah, I had seen that. Because I'm conscious of that. Whether ponds are actually on this allocation or not, but then if they're not, they're nearby, I guess, to the south.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I live close by, so yeah, they are to the south. They are well-used fishing ponds.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right, okay, yeah, noted. Anything further on the landscaping type side of things? No, okay. 7 is proposed for deletion because this was to do with the Habitat Regulations assessment of potentially the traffic issue on the South Pennine Moors, wasn't it? Where further work revealed that wasn't the issue to do with the South Pennine Moors, so there isn't any HRA requirement anymore for this.
That's right, sir.
It's more than 7 kilometres from those, so that doesn't kick in for that reason, the recreational disturbance one. Okay, then we've got this archaeology one, which is similar to the ones we've already discussed, and it reflects the initial work that's been done. Anything you want to say? Anyone from archaeology side?
I suppose I can give a brief update. As part of the application, a desk-based archaeological assessment has been carried out, and GMAS have provided a response to the Greater Manchester Archaeological Service, and I think they're satisfied that further archaeological work can be undertaken via suitably worded planning condition, and doesn't necessarily need to be done prior to determination.
Right, okay, because obviously this policy refers to geophysics, field walking and trial trenching, so site work's not just desktop.
Yes,
but
yeah.
I don't suppose it necessarily
It doesn't
means
sort of go against what's
Yeah.
been recommended. I think they just said they could, they were willing for it to be secured through the planning application process in a suitably worded condition for further works to be carried out.
So you're not saying there's anything wrong with the wording of this policy?
Not particularly. I think previously we'd suggested that it refers to a desk-based assessment being done and then a suitably worded condition to secure those requirements. It's kind of getting at the same thing, I suppose. We just suggested slightly alternative wording, but didn't preclude from doing further works.
Okay. Anything you want to say about?
No, I mean, the wording would fit doing it the way in which the applicant is doing it at the moment through their planning application. It also fit other ways of doing it as well.
Okay.
So
I thought so. Yeah, so fine. Okay, right. So I think that in terms of the visual impact, we've dealt with both in the opening sort of discussion about the provenance of the site and also how it could relate to the design and layout and landscaping. 10 was another transport one that's slipped in later on, but that principle would be picked up under the rewording of part 3. Yep.
it's better done in the way in which we've done it now. Yeah, that's right, sir.
Right, we've got another relation to mitigation. This is noise and air quality.
Yes.
And this is not necessarily just about landscaping, is it? This is about potentially other issues. So it could be to do with the orientation and design of buildings, etc. as well.
And quality of life issues, isn't it?
Yes. So it's a sort of separate to the landscaping
It
visual.
is.
Okay. Anything anybody wishes to say? I mean, obviously, it is very close to two busy motorways. Presumably, the ACMA's air quality management areas. Are they along those motorways?
Yeah, actually, do you know?
I mean, in terms, I think they are, as usual, these things quite tight to the motorway generally, but obviously we'll follow the motorway in terms of that. But obviously that's why the purpose of that criteria is to ensure obviously that's properly considered through.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, there would have to be some assessment done at the application stage and mitigation identified.
Exactly. I don't think this is a point necessarily about an air quality management area per se along the motorway. I think this is about ensuring air quality and noise issues are looked at properly at the application stage in relation to the residents on the site.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, okay. Anything about air quality? Anybody? Yeah, sorry, GLP.
It's all right, thank you, sir. I think it was just we'd made a suggestion that where the policy says incorporate appropriate noise and air quality mitigation, we'd suggested just adding where demonstrated through the necessary assessments, just linking back, I suppose, to not the assumption that there will be, the mitigation will come forth from the detailed assessments.
Okay, well, yes, I'll have a look at the detailed wording. We can think about that. I mean, it does refer to appropriate, so I suppose you don't know it's appropriate until you've done an assessment, so it might be picked up anyway. Yeah. Right, okay. 12 is about the provision of contributions to primary and secondary schools. Just clarifying that it's expected to be needed in this case. Nothing on site being requested.
That's right, so.
And finally, the MSA, the Mineral Safeguarding Area requirement being flagged up because it is in such an area of
That's
coral
right.
and
No, I was
clay
just
and
thinking about
brick.
the earth moving that would go on the site. So we'll probably end up with some minerals while we're at it. But what is this? Yeah. Sand and gravel, 99.5%. So.
Anything you want to say about that issue about the earthworks that are required and the potential minerals? Is there anything there that's a significant issue?
Yeah, thank you, sir. As part of the planning application, a minerals resource assessment has been done by Wardle Armstrong, and that concluded that basically the main deposit there was till or boulder clay, which wasn't a safeguarded mineral, and I think the quantity of coal and brick clay that's underneath the site is that small that it wouldn't be worth working that. And I think the development that's already happened on Leander Drive has kind of sterilised the fact that could be worked in any event. So the conclusion of that report was that there isn't any sort of minerals that need to be safeguarded there, and it's not an economically viable mineral resource, so it met the criteria of the minerals plan.
Okay, so, I mean, the fact that require, I mean, it's a sort of statement of fact anyway, that this policy would kick in because it's in the existing development plan. You're aware of it, and it would be something that would be assessed, or has been assessed. Okay, anything else in terms of this site and the requirements other than the viability, which we'll look at in a minute? Someone's favourite subject?
You're going to like this one. You're going to like this one.
Right. I'll look at my notes and see what, remind myself of what the viability assessment says for this one.
It's category 4, even after various sensitivities. So.
Yes. So it is a category 4.
It is a category 4.
On the base assessment, there was the further costs, and there was a cost reduction identified in the SRN update. Is that right? Or the transport locality assessment update?
In the transport locality assessment updates,
there was a reduction of 400,000, I think.
That's yeah. I'm just looking at the exact figure. That's right. It came down. It came down a bit. That's right. So yeah.
But even with that, it's still a category 4.
So
the solution in this
schedule
case
shows no change. And so this is a case. So this is a case where, on that high-level assessment, you would say to yourself, well, either the developer is going to have to drop their return, their expected return, to make it work, or values would need to rise even more. And then one adds up to the fact that we've got 2 live planning applications on the site. There's an outline application for 550, which is the number in the allocation as it happens. That was made in September of 2021. Still awaiting determination. There's a full application made in October of last year for 495, a full application 495, promoted by Barrett's David Wilson, so, a major player in the market, who patently would not be promoting the site through applications if they considered they had an unviable scheme on their hands. So that's where we are. That's where we are with this. But on the high-level assessment, yes, the developer would either need to drop their return, or values would have to be higher than assessed in the various sensitivity, the base and sensitivity analyses. But in the real world, the site's being actively promoted.
There was reference, I think, I've noted from the GMCA response, I think, to preliminary questions, that another option would be reduced affordable housing provision as a possibility.
Well, there's already been in the sensitivity testing, there's been dropping the amount of affordable housing, and that still keeps you in category 4. So you'd have to drop even more.
Right. So, based on that assessment, there's the possibility that you wouldn't get the full quota of affordable housing?
That's right, but as I say, the developer's return has been set. I mean, the last sensitivity assessment had a developer return of just over 16%. It's not uncommon for developers to accept less than that. But in the event, as I say, the real-world aspect of this is that there is a major player promoting development on the site. And given that we don't look at viability just for the sake of looking at a bunch of numbers, we look at viability to see whether an allocation is likely to come forward in the real world. We have that evidence here.
Yes, but they may be putting forward a scheme that has no affordable housing, because that's what they say.
And that would all be negotiated through the system.
Yeah. But that's relevant to my consideration of viability, what the viability says, evidence says.
Well, not in terms of the deliverability of the site. No, it's not.
No, but in terms of what you actually
in terms
achieve.
Of what you might actually,
yeah,
in terms
benefits of it. Yeah.
Yes, we would still, given that one of the 2 aspects of this in item number 1 is a higher value family housing, you'd have that, obviously, even in a world where you had no affordable housing. But I'm not saying for one moment that we accept there would be no affordable housing.
Okay, understood. Anything else you want to say in terms of viability at the outset, and we'll take comments. I'll come back in a minute. We'll go over to GLP and see what you want to say about viability.
Thank you. Yeah, probably just to sort of echo the point that, you know, it is through the planning application process, and it's what we're currently doing at the moment, having those negotiations with more detailed data than what was sort of able to be inputted into some of the high-level assessment work. You know, you've got sort of more fixed schemes and, you know, size of dwellings, all those sorts of things. So, you know, as has been said before, yes, it's being promoted by a major house builder who's confident that they're going to be able to bring the site forward. We're just in the negotiations with the council at the minute as to how to make sure we can, you know, prioritise what they need for that local area to get the most out of the site.
So that suggests to me that it's not expected that all the requirements can be met, that there's going to be some...
We're having those discussions at the moment, and we haven't got to a position with the council where we've sort of agreed the exact package of everything that's going to accompany the current planning application that's in the system at the minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay, understood, I think. Yeah, do you want to...
just in terms of the Stage 2 viability assessment, page 110, I think it is, the description says over 300 houses, but then when it comes to the tables further down, it does say 550, oddly. I don't quite know why that is, but then I do note that, you know, in order to try and bring this site into a viable assessment, you know, it's like it's moved up a value area to value area 3, which is what seems to be happening to Castleton generally. But then like you've mentioned, the affordable house provision has gone down to 2.5%, not the 7.5% that is GDV. That's presuming that this means GDV and not the 15% in the council's core strategy. So I think our concern is, and alongside your mention of the category 4 status, so it almost feels like a very unviable site from the get-go. So it's surprising it's coming forward.
Well, if it doesn't, yeah, okay. But what's so the concern being that it won't come forward, or the concern that something will come forward, but it'll have things that should have been provided that aren't provided?
I think that's the concern, that because we're tweaking the figures, and we've already heard that, you know, the developer might take a lesser percentage as a profit, then, you know, will that disappear with negotiation so that we don't get the affordable housing provision, that is, will that disappear with discussions with the council so that it just becomes a market value site? Full stop.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, understood. Do you want to...
Well, that's the essence of the point, isn't it? The negotiations are currently going on about, as I understand it, about affordable housing on the site. But yeah, that is the essence of the point, that in this scenario where the developer's return doesn't drop, etc., then yes, what's at risk is the amount of affordable housing, certainly. That's the trade-off. But you still have the higher value family housing, which, as I say, is in proportionate terms is a large part of the allocation. But yes, you have to feed that into your assessment, definitely.
Yeah, I think so. What I think you're saying is that you don't expect to not get full affordable housing or a significant amount of affordable housing, but even if that were the bottom line of it all, the benefits of bringing this site forward in this location for 550 homes would outweigh any disbenefits. So it's a matter of getting the best that you can, even if it's not full policy requirement.
We're not sitting here at the moment saying that we agree that this site should come forward with no affordable housing in it. But as was pointed out on the other side of the room, I mean, the reference is to our relevant local plan requirements, which do indeed allow this process of discussion as to, you know, which are the higher priorities as far as the council's concerned, and then ultimately in terms of viability, you know, does one have to drop the amount of affordable housing in order for this scheme to come forward? So yes, there is a risk, obviously, that there would be reduced, perhaps even a substantial risk given it's category 4, that there would be reduced affordable housing. But the greater benefits of bringing the site forward are such that, you know, we recognise that. we know it's a Category 4 site. We've been perfectly open about that. And yet it's in the plan because we need the homes.
Yeah, no, it's helpful to have that clarification. Yeah, thank you. And it's not one where you'd be looking for public subsidy of like some of the large strategic sites we talked about.
No,
It's, you know, there's pots of money you could probably look at. This isn't one of those. It's a.
Isn't one where there are all these pots of public funds that we can seek to tap into.
No, okay.
We'll have more of those later in this process, I think.
Okay. Anything further you want to say about the allocation and the policy and the viability?
We'd probably just reiterate the point that was just made then, that, you know, referring back to the local plan policy, we would still be able to accord with that, even having these discussions that are going on at the moment. It would still technically accord with the local plan policy, which is what the allocation requires. So, yeah, I think we'd just reiterate that point. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments? Yeah, about this allocation?
Sorry.
That's okay. We've got plenty. We've got another couple of hours if we.
Did you say a couple of minutes? I think I'm sure I heard. So.
Just in terms of the viability points that we've made this morning about other sites and whether Rochdale Council will be able to clarify those things fairly soon. As this is the last Rochdale site that's been discussed, I think it's important that that's made fairly plain fairly quickly, if that's feasible.
Well, I can't do any better than say we've already asked Three Dragons to explain the anomaly, which you picked up, and we can't answer it off our cuff. So we've asked Three Dragons, the authors of the various tables, to explain. All I can say is as soon as we get the email back, obviously we'll share it with the programme officer as you requested us to do so.
Yes. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. There's that. There was the other one as well, wasn't there, where you've done the additional viability work on the...
yes, but we're waiting for you to tell
exactly.
us what
So
you
that
want.
one...
I'm not volunteering any of
No.
that, and I'm not suggesting you need it. You need to, if you don't mind me saying, you tell us whether you want
Absolutely.
it or not, but I'm not proffering it.
No.
I'm just saying as a matter of record, I said that I just wanted that check done.
Yeah.
You then asked me, well, you know, what did it show? And I explained what it showed, but I'm not proffering that as part of the justification for it for the reasons we explained earlier on. But
Understood.
But
So we'll advise on that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Is there anything further that anybody wishes to say about this allocation? I've not got anything else. No? Okay. Are there any general housekeeping procedural things we need to deal with before we end for the day? I don't think so. No. Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you for contributions. We'll finish for today. Tomorrow we move on to another area. I can't remember off the top of my head. It is Salford. That's right. Mr. Lee will be in the chair tomorrow.
Mr. Lee, little do you realise what you've got yourself into.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay.